Hello, I am slightly late. Technical things at the last second. So, hello, Meglich, Kirsten, Dr. Abigail. No sound on intro. That is the second time. Okay, that is very interesting, and I don't have the beginning of a clue as to why that would be a case. Kirsten, early, certainly. I hope everything's going fine in SA for you, and hello, Lee. Okay, getting settled. I just want to garnish my cocktail that I have prepared for myself. Oops, that was a bit much. Oh yeah, that's too much pith. You're taking the pith now, Sean. And that's not working. I was trying to get some of it off. I make it too bitter. Okay. Ooh, Megalich doing a budget. Nice. Yes, Dr. Abigail, it does sound like a job for tech support. No friggin' idea why it would suddenly decide to do that. I hear it. I heard the thing playing. All right. Spearing a cherry. So, Kirsten, got two kitties under a blanket, ate and drank and pooped. That's what kitties do. Yeah, nice. Lee, academic student rep at UniSA. Does that mean you have to walk around nude? That was the sort of thing they used to do at my uni. Not streaming tomorrow, Dr. Abigail. Tomorrow is date night. It's no rush. I mean, it's a pretty minor thing if the sound doesn't play on the intro. It'd be a bigger issue if the sound didn't play while I was talking. Anyway, I decanted another of my barrel-aged cocktails. This is called a Rosina. It's got Dubonnet, gin, and mezcal. It's a beautiful color. It's a fantastic color. I love it. Nice drink too. Sort of fruity, and then with the smoke from the mezcal. There's real complementary flavors in there. It's like the Dubonnet and the gin go together to do a light, fruity flavor. And then the mezcal's really earthy and smoky. Like just really like barbecue smoke. It's a relief. Look, we might be able to do, if it's such a thing you want to do, like from your place next week. We'll see. Hey, Jude, how's it going? I think, I've just put this on ice in a rocks glass. I think if I stirred this on ice and put it in like a coupe or a Nikad Nora, it would look very classy. And, that's me all over. Classy as fuck. Oh. Man, this is like what you have with a main course. This is like eating your meat. Well, you don't have to eat meat, but just like a big main course. This is a cocktail to have with that. Look at it. I've put it into my skull bottle. Looking very cool. So there's a lot of it. I think there's a little bit left in the barrel because you saw how full the skull bottle was. And I poured some into the glass to taste. And I was worried about both overflowing. Oh, there's a teeny bit. There we go. All right. Put that back. Gonna have to just put something in that barrel to stop it drying out. I don't think I want another cocktail in there yet because there's another one which I'll be decanting next week. So too damn many cocktails. Oh, you saw the peach absinthe? Nice. That's what I'm doing. Oh, I will find your heat gun if you find my hot glue gun, because I'm having that problem. Yes, I saw you share that, Jude. There's a billboard reads, "Injured while searching for dead bodies at Lake Mead, demand compensation." Is that a thing? How often do people go looking for dead bodies in Lake Mead and get injured and declare they need compensation? Omega Leech, it's just the kids' snack fruit cup. That was literally, I looked at the different ways I could buy peaches. Yeah, actually, the rest of them are here. So yeah, so it's 120 mils of peaches and syrup and about 100 mils, maybe a bit more, of the absinthe. And hey, Greg, how are you going? Cheers, y'all. I do really like the color of this one. You get some light coming through it. It's blood red and smoky and mysterious. Very tasty. Very tasty little number. Yeah, Megaleech, I didn't want to use any more than that because my absinthe is fucking expensive. I know the guy just loved it, thought it was, of all the things he'd put in jars, which apparently he's done a lot of, he thought it was the best. But I'm just being a tad cautious. Also, he used 70% alcohol absinthe. I used 80% alcohol absinthe. Oh, Abigail doing some painty things. Enjoy. So, Jude, since the drought lowered Lake Mead's water, they've been finding all sorts of something, and dead bodies, parts of them. That actually happened near where I grew up. There's a big dam that it's like 3 times the size of Sydney Harbour, and it when it's full, provides water for all the towns in the area. There was a very long drought when I were a young'un, and it's like the capacity of the dam dropped, I think 90%. Like there was only like 10% of its capacity in there, but it uncovered all sorts of shit. It was like there was the remains of buildings, like a little village had been flooded. Obviously, people got moved. Probably the most dramatic one was a light airplane had crashed. I don't know if anyone saw it crash, but I think it was kind of presumed this plane, which had disappeared, had crashed into the dam, like when it was full. And the dam's deep as fuck, so no one ever saw it or found it or whatever. But then the water went down, and someone, I guess they were flying overhead. This was pre-drone days. Saw what looked like the shape of a plane, so they investigated, and the water had gotten shallow enough they could see this plane, and police divers went down. 4 bodies in it that had calcified, I guess. I never saw the photos. A friend whose dad was a cop who showed him a whole bunch of forensic photos that he probably shouldn't have showed him. Also showed him the photo of the bodies that were in this plane, and he said they were like coral. Like it wasn't skeletons. And I guess in a certain sense they were mummified, but like the skin hadn't completely rotted away, and it was this weird mottled surface that he said looked like corals. Obviously not coral. Might have been some sort of fungus. I don't know. Some sort of aquatic plant life. I honestly don't know, because like I said, I didn't see the photos and they didn't really publicize it. But that was probably the wildest discovery. A plane that crashed and 4 people died in the crash. But that's a thing that happens when large bodies of water dry up. Things get discovered. And yeah, dead bodies are almost inevitable. If someone's going to dispose of a body, they're going to chuck it in a big lake. And so if the lake dries up, you're going to find bodies. That's just a thing. Okay, see, Jude coming in with the science. Some environments which produce adipocere makes the flesh white and waxy looking. That could have been it. See, yeah, again, I don't know. Certainly not my area of expertise, and I didn't even see the photos. But yes, my teenage pal said they kind of looked like coral. But yeah, the skin, they weren't skeletons. They had sort of stretched taut skin over them that was a weird texture. Maybe exactly that thing you were talking about. And because I think they were closed in the cabin, so I don't know, fish didn't eat them because there were a lot of fish in this dam. Man, that is really yummy. That drink has depth and character. And I have a lot of it there, and I should fucking pace myself. Because that's a lot of alcohol. I mean, I suppose actually the majority of it is the Dubonnet. It's the largest ingredient, and it's the lowest alcohol. So I feel like I can already feel it though. So I best be careful. It's early days and it's party night. I don't want to crash out at like 9 because I drank a big fucking cocktail too fast. That would be embarrassing, falling asleep on a stream or wandering off and whatnot. I don't know what sort of person would do that. Certainly not me. Wouldn't want that happening. Sorry, Mrs. Hankry came in while I was making that silly joke. She's wondering what the hell I'm talking about. But yes, so I'm to some extent going to practice temperance and moderation because that's what the good book tells us. This good book, my Bible, in fact, the good bars, and particularly the really serious cocktail people, they do actually promote moderation. Well, okay, well and good that you did find your heat gun. I don't see you finding my hot glue gun, which I now have 2 uses for. So I am, Mrs. Angry didn't turn that tap off. It's one of those stupid lever things, not a twisty thing. And it's easy to not realize that you haven't switched it off. It's switched off now. All right. Ooh, Jude's been going on adventures. Replace and rewire your kitchen sink garbage disposal. Oofed. There's theoretically a garbage disposal in this sink. It has never worked since we've moved in. I certainly don't want to fuck with it. And we did tell the landlord when we moved in, doesn't work. They've never done anything about it. So we're just like, oh, well, fuck it. I think they're very questionable from an environmental point of view anyway. So, and I've never had one. So, ooh, you have a hot glue gun to the bar. I mean, there is one somewhere in the house. And I might just get one because they're kind of useful. But probably depends how motivated I can be to be out and about this weekend. Or I'm going to be in the city. I'm being a good boy and going into the office on Monday. I didn't go into the office at all this week because I just figured no one's fucking there. So, plus also, I did wake up on Monday and it's like, oh God, I feel like I've got a cough, like cold symptoms. Oh yeah, I don't want to be out in public, in COVID pandemic, coughing and sniffling, and because I hate people who do that. So I just stayed home because no one was in the office anyway on the days I normally go in. But I'll go in next week. Maybe I'll go to a craft shop in the city, get a glue gun. We shall see. Ooh, I just thought of something that I want to check. It's interesting. Okay. Got to try a little tenderness. Sparrows at... Wow, okay. I'm trying to remember the name of this place where I had lunch. My cousin actually owns it. It's not that far from where I work in the city. I feel like it was Sparrow something, and I was going, was it Sparrow at? And Google auto completed to Sparrows at Home Cafe, which is in Uttar Pradesh in India. Not the one I'm looking for, but kind of sounds like fun. All right, I'm going to see if I can find it on a map. Move the map to the city and Queen Victoria Market. Where is Fitzroy Gardens? There we go. Melbourne Museum. We're in the right general area there. Gertrude Street. It's on Gertrude Street. Zoom right in. It's past that. Oh, there's a place called This Is No Fantasy. Honestly, that sounds kind of interesting. It's not what I'm looking for, and I don't know what it is. The Everleigh. Is it the Everleigh? No, it's not the Everleigh. Leonard C. Alice & Co. Modern Classic. Okay, I think we have to know what This Is No Fantasy is. It's an art gallery. Okay, there you go. Best Jumpers, Australia Post. Oh, come on, it's a fucking bar. Why is it not showing up on the map? Okay, I'm very, 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 very upset by this. Mind you, the fucking crepe place isn't showing up either. Right, you know what? I should stop looking. It's a yoga studio, antique, a disco diner. I don't know. Suddenly I like the sound of that. Evie's Disco Diner, colourful haunt inspired by New York in the 80s. Sorry, it's not what I was looking for, but when something's called the Disco Diner... So, Jude, your garbage disposal... Encourage disposal of food waste in the grinder as it reduces landfill. No, it fucks up the water system. Putting food products down the sink fucks up the water system. You should put it into compost. That's what you should do. Or in my suburb now, we have green waste collection. Okay, what's on their menu? Vegan-friendly comfort food. Do they do cocktails? That's all I care about. Fuck off. It's popping up this fucking chatbot thing. It's blocking what I want to see. Aperol Spritz, iced tea, Bloody Mary, espresso martini, Pretty in Pink, Blue Monday, Apple Teeny, Long Island, Cosmo, Coco Chanel, Lamington Martini, Lychee Martini, Sours, Jalapeno Margarita, Porn Star Martini. Pretty pedestrian. Maybe they can do more interesting stuff, but anyway. Right, well, that just fucking frustrated the shit out of me, quite honestly. Wait, that's Bruns. Wait, St. Vincent's. Wait, am I getting this wrong? No, I'm getting it right. I think. Wait, where's the museum? Oh God, I think I'm like tripping fucking balls here, and I'm looking in exactly the wrong bit. Okay, there's the Royal Exhibition Building. Yeah, okay, no, Gertrude Street. That's what I wanted. But the thing that I thought would show up on the map fucking doesn't. Oh no, it's the catfish. Jesus, I found it. Okay, I don't know why you all doubted me so much. Sparrow's Philly cheesesteaks at the Catfish. Bar's called the Catfish. Right. Right. What's on their complete serving the only proper cheesesteaks in Australia? Yeah, because my cousin Sammy spent time in the US. Philadelphia's world famous grilled beef, onion, melted cheese sandwich. This does not seem very vegan friendly or even vegetarian. But oh wait, they have a vegan substitute for pulled pork. It's pulled jackfruit. So they have a sandwich that's pulled jackfruit, kale slaw, vegan chipotle mayo, and vegan cheese. See, I spoke too soon. They do actually cater for vegans. A hoagie steak, a regular steak, a mushroom steak, a sweet pepper steak, hot pepper steak, pizza steak. Nearly Philly Okay, they have a vegetarian version of the cheesesteak. So it's smoked organic tofu, mushrooms, sweet peppers, black olives, jalapenos, fresh lettuce, tomatoes, cheese, and onions. There you go. Bourbon bacon deluxe steak. Jesus, that sounds fucking good. Sweet barbecue wings, fried chicken, buffalo wings, chicken wings, fried chicken sandwich. You can have any cheesesteak as a salad. There you go. What else? Because I've been, when they do a pumpkin pie, very American. They have, besides chips, they had curd. Anyway, I'm probably going to go there when I'm in the city next week. Sorry, did I miss? Chris came in bringing the freedom. And yes, Chris, some Philadelphia freedom. That's a song. You can experience some Philadelphia freedom eating a cheesesteak. I have had their cheesesteak and these cheese curd things, fried cheese curds. Fucking yummy. Ugh. Jude, are you sure eating the flesh of a vegetarian animal doesn't count as vegetarian? No, I actually think it's clever. The vegetarian options they have, one is shredding up jackfruit, so it's got a consistency not completely unlike pulled pork. And the other one uses tofu as the meat substitute. So it's a little bit clever, quite honestly. But me being a carnivore, very much enjoyed their Philly cheesesteak. I think I had a cider when I was there. I don't usually have booze with lunch, but I was like, fuck it, I'm in a bar. I'm going to get a cider. Oh, goodness. Chris, you may experience a freedom attack. Oh, God, I remember. I think it was it a Dead Kennedys record? It's either Dead Kennedys or a Jello Biafra spoken word thing that I have, which probably means I still have it in a crate somewhere. Between tracks, they're just like this little sketch where going, I love meat. All this ridiculous stuff about it's bad for you. Man, I just, straight out of my third triple bypass operation, I had a bacon double cheeseburger and I felt great. Ooh, are we talking Discord? What's happening on Discordia? Oh God, Yes, okay. I saw that meme, Megalich. Ooh, the way of the duck. Oh wow. Sorry, I was looking at the duck challenge, Megalich. It's your daughter with a duck thing, and Abigail has a bigger duck. Is bigger better? I don't know. Svan posted something about his favorite gin in a car subreddit. All right, so it looks like. Oh, what is it? It's all right. It's. I think it's in a Volkswagen. I don't know. Jim Gaffigan does comedy on vegetarians. Just as a cat. Jim Gaffigan is broadly pretty funny. He's probably not my favorite comedian, but he's pretty funny. Oh, so you had the duck earring ready just for duck related emergencies. Nice. Nice. Oh, and further to our discussion last night. Oh shit, that's what I'm going to do. Sorry. After I finish my cocktail, rather than have another, I poured myself an energy drink and then got distracted making a video where I did my taste comparison between this cocktail barrel aged and not barrel aged. I didn't finish my energy drink. So that's a good non-alcoholic thing to mix up. Keep me going between alcoholic beverages. Drink a fucking energy drink. Big 500 ml can of it. Oofed. All right. So, yes, I am doing that. That's a thing that's doing. I may or may not make another cocktail, a short one, but it'll be a short one. I have to decide. Maybe a breakfast martini. I've been meaning to make the breakfast martini for ages with the lime gin and lime marmalade I got from Archie Rose. Oh, God, dude, that's harsh. Gaffigan's as funny as a wet rock. I've seen him do funny stuff. But I don't know. Comedy's hard. Not like, working in a coal mine hard, but it's difficult. I actually saw a really good thing on the socials this week. I probably saw it on Facebook, and I don't know where the dude originally posted it. Might have been a TikToky thing. I don't know. But as a video, as I'm trying to remember the guy's accent. I can't even remember if he was English or American. But it was a black dude who was a comedian, and he's going like, okay, so I have a really dark sense of humor. When I'm with my friends, I just tell horrible jokes. But online, I temper what I say, because when you are, and I'm going to paraphrase him, I'm going to use it in my language, when you are not an asshole and you tell very dark, fucked up, sick jokes, the punchline is really, I just said a horrible thing. Wasn't that a horrible thing to say? And everyone who's not a piece of shit laughs or goes, oh, because you said the horrible thing. And it's horrible. But on the internet is full of people who, when you do the awful, terrible punchline that, is in some way bigoted or mocking someone or whatever, the internet is full of people who just go, yeah, hell yeah. And this guy is saying, so on the internet, I tend to temper my very dark humor because there are these fucking weirdos who, rather than hearing this fucked up punchline and laughing in the, oh God, that was awful way, they're going like, yeah, I fucking agree. And I don't want to give fuel to people who are that awful. And he ends up saying something along the lines of, so it's actually the horrible bigots who make comedy more constrained. Progressive people are much more comfortable embracing fucked up dark humor if everyone agrees it's fucked up dark humor. It's just weird because there are these freaks in the world who absolutely weaponize jokes like that, and they just go, this is just literally true. And we go, no, the whole point of the joke was that twist, that punchline twist is sick and fucked up. Not that it's good, it's sick and fucked up. And they just go, no, it's good. And so he's saying, like, it's actually the bigots who limit comedy. The progressive people would be fine with fucked up, dark, twisted material if there weren't all these mutants around who just take it at face value and go, yeah, that's good. Which is interesting, I thought. So Dr. Abigail, sorry, I just assume is roll the filament, about to run out. You've got to test the filament, run out sensor. Oof, okay. The old 100% method. I love that as a test. The that phrase goes back to me playing D&D at uni. Because, you know, like when you're disarming a trap or detecting evil or whatever, and, you know, the DM rolls and says, as far as you can tell, it's disarmed. As far as you can tell, there's no danger. As far as you can tell, there's no evil. And the person has no idea if they failed the roll or not. And so they're not sure if the DM's fucking with them. And so it's like, you know, they roll to disarm a trap and they go, is it disarmed? And go, yeah, you think so? And it's like, how will I know? And I go, well, there is the 100% method. Open the chest, open the door. That's the 100% method for knowing if you disarm the trap. So I often apply that in the real world. Like when people say, oh, how will we know, blah, blah, blah. And I go, well, we can do X, we can do Y, we can do Z. But then there's the 100% method. You do the thing and see what happens. So Dr. Abigail, Wednesday night, went through a trap dungeon just like this. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Oh, Jude, yes, like your artwork. Again, all your artwork videos, your restorations and whatnot, which are friggin' incredible. You know, you look at it in the abstract, no one should ever get angry or be a fuckwit at those because there's nothing provoking them, but people are just fuckwits. I mean, I set people off. I deliberately wind people up. I deliberately cause trouble. I love it. Party got so paranoid they bashed every 5-foot square of corridor with a javelin very slowly. I had a D&D inspired story, and there was there's a bit that I quite liked that was inspired by a game we played. The party is going up some stairs, which strongly suspected there were some traps, and there was a thief, the person who can detect traps, but they were a mercenary. They were dragooned into this group, and they weren't particularly trustworthy. So they did the testing, checking for traps, and then went and they tell on the party, throw a rock at the 5th step. So like you get a stone from the floor, throw it at the 5th step, and like a swinging blade comes out, and the thief goes, yep, I thought so. Don't tread on the 5th step on the way up. And then they go, well, are there any others? And they go like, well, I didn't find any others. You all should go up there and see. And kind of chaotic neutral magic user who didn't trust the thief used a command word on them and just went, walk. And the thief walked up the stairs, and on the 10th step, another trap went up and killed the thief. So, traps, they're fun. Hello, Kirsten. Welcome back, by the way. Oh, dude, you haven't done a project in age, but that's okay. I'll watch like all your art ones and their restorations, and I've always enjoyed them. Constantly telling you someone, oh yes, yeah, yeah. For those who don't know, Jude did a whole bunch of videos back in the day on YouTube where she took some classical art or whatever and did a like Photoshoppy thing, a restoration. Say this is what the person might look like in real life. Yes, Dr. Abigail, the command spell. This is people do underestimate it. It's you say a single word, and it's remarkably deceptive because people don't really realize you've done it to them. But it was fun. I might even, this is something I wrote when I was like 20, and I might even go back to it one day and try and write it better. But I quite enjoyed the whole thing, inspired by D&D campaigns that I did at uni. Okay, that's the voice of anything from Egypt. Lightning rod of hate mail. Again, like you say, as if the people had sat down and had tea with them the other day. It's ridiculous. Yeah, Dr. Abigail, that was a very weird challenge to you, a duck challenge. As if anyone is going to win a duck challenge with you. Very, very, very strange thinking. Oh my God. Sorry, I just looked at the other pictures. We're all just going bigger ducks. All right. Just constant duck challenges. Wow, that's gosh. I mean, I'm enjoying the duck challenges, but very, very. Sorry, I'm having a flashback to one of my favorite movies from the early 90s, Withnell and I, and the character Withnell, who's played by a young Richard E. Grant, because it is fucking 30 years ago, is getting into an argument with a guy who's in their apartment who's a drug dealer, and the drug dealer says something about some really intense thing, and Withnell just tells him he's a dick, and he goes, "Ridiculous! I could take twice of anything you could and run a marathon." And then this guy who's like really long-haired, hippie, and dirty, unshaven thing is wearing shades, and he just pulls them down, and his eyes are bloodshot as fuck, and he just looks at Withnell and goes, "Very foolish words." It's just such a good line. It's like challenging the wrong person to the wrong thing. Jude, you got a tuxedo cat. Nice. Oh, gosh. Okay. Thank you for bringing it up, because I didn't know how to bring it up. Ha. Okay. And I guess, Friday night is the time to say, I have a bunch of extra storage space here now. As difficult as this is to say, Mimsy is no longer with us. She had her final trip to the vet this week. Sorry, and if I just suddenly spring, if this is a huge downer that I'm suddenly springing, yes, it is my sad duty to inform Mimsy took her final trip to the vet this week, and yeah, she was just not getting any better, and she was quite sick and in a lot of pain. So we talked it through with the vet and decided it was the right thing. And the vet did a really nice thing. They gave us a sympathy card that had a little vial of Mimsy's fur in it, and the card has a paw print from Mimsy on it. It's very sweet. made Mrs. Angry cry. So yes, it is bye Mimsy. But we were with her and looking after her, and she did have a good final day. We kept spoiling her, giving her ham and bacon and cuddles and pats. So as much as no one wants a last day, we gave her the best last day we could. Yes, Dr. B, I'm saying that's actually the first time I've done that. Taken a pet to the vet for the green dream. My pets have always... Okay, this sounds really dark. My pets have always been run over by cars. That's in terms of cats and dogs. That's how cats and dogs have always passed, which is pretty weird. And yes, dude, she was a good age. She was like 17, 18 in human years. And again, with all her health things, as I said, she was the equivalent of a human in their 80s with dementia, arthritis, liver disease, and kidney disease. She was... Sorry, Dr. Abigail managed to make me laugh. What am I going to do now you don't have any? Shadow has been taking advantage. Shadow, I swear to God, Shadow might show up on the stream at some point. She's been coming out like, oh, there's no other cat here. She like meows loudly and wants attention and jumps up on me when I'm on the lounge. I swear to God, Shadow's so into fucking taking over at the moment. You might even see Shadow on a stream. Shadow's about 12. Shadow's not young. So Shadow's about 12. Shadow's 11 or 12. But she's still only a half-size cat. The reason we got her is because she was the runt of the litter and the other cats were picking on her, and she never got very big. Sorry, just a really weird noise outside. I think it was a cricket. Oh, yeah. No, I'm going to miss... Mimsy loved attention. She loved sitting on you, getting pats and scratches. And we did our best to give her a nice send-off. Like I said, she got lots of pats and cuddles. She got bacon and ham. She which she loved. And yeah, we were with her, which was genuinely a weird experience because I've never done it before. And the vet was really good. And like I said, they gave us this lovely memento of her. So, and she is actually buried in the garden here. We didn't like dump her in the bin or anything. They were actually volunteering to cremate her or something. No, we got a spot for her. So she's actually buried in the garden here. But yeah, it is semi-regularly, just randomly remember her and think, oh, Mimsy would do X. But she's not going to, is she? So, yeah. Sorry. I just love that question. This chain of events. Abigail, how old's your daughter? Megalich, 20. Excellent. I have some 18-plus ducks. Oh, my God. Well, I guess I won't be sharing those on the stream. So, dude, your past cats. Oh, okay. Being cremated. And you have a sample of their mementos. Yeah, the vet actually mailed this to us, and it was quite a surprise, and it was quite emotional to get this card where there was a little vial of Mimsy's fur and her paw print on the card. That was quite emotional. So I hadn't shown any of the duck stuff, but if 18+ ducks are coming out, I think I definitely shouldn't show. Oh, goodness me. I'm currently thinking I don't know. On the one hand, I'm thinking maybe I won't do any more cocktail videos, but you could do a short one for the breakfast martini, maybe. Giant fluffy cat staring at you with the... Oh, yeah. And again, that's a big fucking cat. When the cat is sending very obvious demands, they've got to be a bit difficult to resist. Megalich, the daughter's response to the 18 plus ducks. Oh no. Man, whatever happened to that webcomic where every final frame was, oh no? It was really inventive. It was usually 3 frames, but there was some variation. And the final frame was always, oh no. It's like there would be a setup and then something bad, and just, oh no. Is that a thing? A duck off? I have no doubt you would ultimately win a duck off, even if it was still up for contention. I think you would eventually win a duck off. Thank you, Jude. Special memories for Mimsy. Again, she came on the stream so often, and just because she loved attention. Like I said, Shadow's getting much more into the give me attention, which again makes me think she's really exerting her thing as sole cat. She seems to have worked out other cats not here anymore. And she's exerting that to the point she may well show up on the stream. We will see. We will see. But it's super funny every now and then, because, as I've said many times, this is where I work. My work desk is just back there. And just randomly during the day, we'll get really loud meows from Shadow. It's like because she wants something. And she never used to do that when Mimsy was around, but she'll just come out and go with just these super loud meows to pay attention. And yes, Dr. Abigail, she'd definitely pour a drink out for Mimsy, but feed the giant cat or it'll monster you. And yes, Jude, I feel like Shadow is flexing takeover. She's taking over more things. And hi, Safa, by the way. Nice to see you, Matt. Oh, Pat, hello. Yes, thank you. And you'll be pleased to know I don't blame you. I don't think you took out a hit on my cat. I say that because I actually took it to the vet with Mrs. Angry. Which, as I said a couple of times, that's quite a thing. That was quite a thing to do. Thanks, Safa. I also don't think you took out a hit on my cat. No one did. Right. So, closing off a few things. Oh, wow. Sorry. The duck off has transformed into an art thing now, which I like. Big fan of art. Yes, Kirsten, you should also get a drink from Mimsy. She would appreciate that because she loved attention. She loved people thinking of her. And it is what it is. She outlived AIDS, which is mildly surprising to me. I know. Yes, Safa, the two big things, losing AIDS and Mimsy in the same month, basically. Okay. Thanks, Pat. I am okay. Thank you for asking, mate. You are a top lad. Plus, I love that you roll with the jokes I always do. I think that's one of the reasons we've always gotten on so well, that you've got a good sense of humor and we can mess about. Yeah. But yeah, thanks, man. I really appreciate your positivity and looking out for me. I was just trying to think, do I have any? I don't think I have any photos or videos of AIDSy with Mimsy. I think I just have photos and videos of AIDSy with Mistress M's cats. Notably, when Flash almost threw up on AIDSy, which is pretty goddamn funny, quite honestly. Aidsy sitting next to the cat who's doing the and Aidsy's going, that's pretty gross. And then the cat's really convulsing, and Aidsy's going, oh, this is not a false alarm. And he leaps with his stick and everything, leaps up out of the chair just before the cat hurls. And Heidi-ho Nettie. Suffer memorial for Mimsy at the local park. Well, I don't know that she ever roamed that far from the house, because you always hear about domestic cats roaming a long way and, you know, killing animals and whatnot. I don't know that Mimsy roamed very far. She had the arthritis. I mean, it's hard to be sure because I never had a tracking thing on her. Same deal with Shadow. I don't know that Shadow roams very far at all. But it is very hard to be sure if you don't actually have a tracking thing on them. And there are a few pretty interesting videos on YouTube where people put either a camera or a tracking thing. Oh, sorry, Nettie. Yeah, you've just come in the middle of the conversation. Yes, Mimsy did have her final trip to the vet. She was just too sick, basically. And also with her arthritis, she was in too much pain. So, yes, we are sans Mimsy. And I can understand that was a weird thing to walk into the middle of. Yeah. She was only 19, Safa. Yes, which is actually pretty exceptional in cat years. She was a very senior cat. I think at about 15, they call them senior cats. And she was several years past that. She was a very senior cat. But yeah, so yeah, Nettie, you know, it has been quite emotional here. Oh, it was really weird because it didn't happen today. It happened earlier in the week, and I was thinking, how do I break it to everyone? And Jude actually said, I haven't seen Mimsy. Is anything wrong? I thought, okay, that's my excuse. I'm just going to tell everyone now. Because I never know how to tell people shit. I'm exceptionally bad at it. Even like it's happened just in the last week. Someone came into the stream who didn't know Aidsy had died. And there'd been a little while. That had been a couple of weeks since I had to break to someone that Aidsy had died. And it's like, oh, yeah, I don't know what else to say, but yep, that happened. Ugh. So, Dr. Abigail, your giant cat's been fed. Drink for Mimsy. Oh, sure. Okay. Gonna share a Mimsy drink. I've had fucking Style Council songs shout to the top stuck in my head today. The pinnacle of the Style Council, as far as I'm concerned. The Jam were better than the Style Council. Paul Weller was in the Jam. And the Style Council, while they were probably more commercially successful than the Jam, artistically fell a bit short. But shout to the top was the high point. Hello, Dr. Abigail.
Hello. Hello.
Classy.
Oh, I know. I just at that moment had like phlegm.
Yeah, and I know.
To Mimsy.
For Mimsy.
She provided many snuggles while I lay drunk on the couch of your place.
Same here. I feel like party night was Mimsy's favorite night because I would pass out on the couch and she could sleep on my chest and I wouldn't move.
Yeah.
I was just like, I'm just.
Yeah, because you sleep on your back. I sleep on my side and with my arm out, and she would just come and just curl up the same way my cat does. So I'm like totally used to a cat sleeping there.
Yeah.
And it was great, except that Mimsy is way more bony than my cat.
Last couple of years,
still,
she used to be a real chonk, but as she got sick over the last couple of years, she got very bony.
It's so sad. I'm gonna miss her. She was such a awesome cat.
Yeah, so we. I mean, we basically had enough time to get over the emotion of it, and then this card from the we got this card from the vet today, and that was emotion all over again. And Pat's joining us. What are you?
Hey,
Are you
Pat.
playing PlayStation? Well, what's that?
I play games
Oh,
all
that,
the time while I'm on the stream.
That's true.
Oh, me, I played them today.
All right, fair enough. I don't mind. And yeah,
And I'm
I
3D
done
printing
really.
something at the moment.
do
gonna
an
have to-
orange cocktail for Mimsy. I'll work on it.
Yeah. Your cat done died today. Did
Yep.
today?
Yep. And for once, I can confidently say Pat didn't do it.
Oh, that actually, like seeing a smiling face before you pass away would
Yeah.
have been comforting for her.
I know, and that's always Pat. You know what Pat reminds me of? I don't know if anyone else has read the Game of Thrones books, but there's an Assassin's Guild in Game of Thrones. They didn't do this in the TV show, but there's an Assassin's Guild called the Sorrowful Men, and the last thing they say before they kill someone is "I'm so sorry." And I think Pat's guild is the Smiling Assassins, because it's like the last thing people see.
Yeah,
That beautiful cherubic smile, like, "Hey, how you going?" And they go, "Hey, thanks."
Yeah.
Which, I mean, it's a nice way to go. It's a nice way to go. Seeing a really friendly, smiling face.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Okay. If anyone in
I'll
law
drink to that.
enforcement is watching, I want to say now, Pat is absolutely, definitely not Australia's most feared contract killer. Okay, that is
Totally,
okay? I'm just going on
100% not.
record now.
Yes.
Okay.
So I on the topic of 18 plus ducks,
Yes.
because I didn't want to shock poor Megaleech's daughter with
Shocking ducks.
images. Yeah. But this is called an I rub my ducky.
Yes.
And it's a personal massage device.
Yes. For tension in your neck and shoulders, you just yeah.
This was a birthday or Christmas. I think it was a Christmas present from my partner at the time. And the batteries have run out, so I can't demonstrate its use. But yes, 18 plus duck.
Nice.
And
just
I had a
on Facebook. Old school YouTube
hello.
friend.
Hello.
I used to have a rubber duck very similar to this one, but it was a bondage duck with a ball gag.
Oh, yeah, I've seen. Yes,
yeah, and it was sitting next to this duck, which my partner at the time bought me when I graduated from my undergrad.
Nice.
So, which is why it's got so dusty. It's so long ago.
I have seen,
but yeah, must have fallen over. The cat has knocked so many things off, like windowsills and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, not many 18 plus ducks around here.
I have seen one, like a adult bath toy. Let's just say when the duck is on the surface, there was a significant appendage under the surface.
Oh wow! This one has you can't. Oh, there we go. Has two little electrodes.
Yeah,
and it lights up different colors.
Nice.
I have a bigger one as well. And it floats on the surface of the water and lights up different colors.
Oh, nice.
Oh, sweet. My drawing skills are equivalent to a fourth grader.
Right.
So this is how she wins the duck off.
Oh yeah, with art, by doing duck
with art. Yeah.
Nice.
Actually, no, I tell a lie because I have a painting of a duck. It was my very first painting ever.
Nice.
And if you'll excuse me, because I do oil painting.
We love
this is my very first.
Yeah,
Very
well,
first oil painting I've ever done. And the
Yeah.
reason why you don't see a lot of my artwork on my walls is because most of the time I just give it away. I do it for other
Oh, yeah.
people.
Yeah.
So this is the
Oh, nice.
painting of a duck that I did.
Nice.
And you can see, like, I fucked the head up. But yeah, this is and the feet are meant to be in mud, but
All right.
yeah, this is my duck art to submit to the duck off.
The duck
I
off.
will.
what? That's cool.
That is a
So
nice painting.
That's wicked.
it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
I did a yeah, I ducked the head up. Thank you, Mega Leech. So this is the bar for which
Nice.
young Miss Megaleech needs to aspire to win the duck off.
But I'm very excited with the idea that art is being created, and
yeah, if
I
like
could show the first one.
Yeah, like you can show a few.
Yeah.
She
No, I
submitted
was gonna
what
show
looks
the
like a
art.
chicken. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I could take a picture and show her my submission.
So that's art from young Ms. Megaleech of a very sort of gothy looking duck.
It's a chicken.
Wicked.
Come on. It's a chicken.
It kind of looks like Tweety Bird from the old Warner Brothers cartoons.
Which was a chicken.
If Tweety Bird,
not...
if Tweety Bird got into meth, that's like
Yeah. Okay, picture
Tweety
taken.
Bird was meant to be a canary, I think.
Oh, okay. Well, that's still not a duck.
No, it's not a duck. That is Tweety Bird on meth, basically. Which
okay.
and I say that in a very positive way. I love the artwork. But
yeah, yeah, the artwork rocks, and I cannot draw like that at all. But apparently I can paint. So
yeah, so good job.
But that painting took me way too long. Like
but painting be like that.
Yeah. So yes. Anyway, sorry, that got me all exhausted, and I got to keep an eye on my.
that was tonight's major physical effort.
Oh yeah. Oh look, I'm working on 4 hours sleep at the moment.
Oofed.
So yeah, and I went for a big walk today, and I got a book on Tengwa today. Writing in Tengwa. That's Elven runes. That's writing in Elven.
Yes. I thought the phrase was familiar.
It's specifically write English in Tengwa.
That's cool.
And it's more of a workbook style than anything, which is practical. I like it. Only like I want to practice in a language I know before I tackle a language I don't know as much yet. But I'm still learning Sindarin.
Yeah.
Specifically late third age Sindarin. Because Sindarin evolved over the ages. Tolkien was that obsessed. Who'd have thought? Like language professor Tolkien made his language evolved. Yeah. So first age and second age Sindarin are different languages. It's like Middle English and late English are different.
I feel like you've hit the nail on the head there. That was his inspiration. Old English, Middle English, and Modern English are almost completely incompatible.
Yeah. So like first age Sindarin relies heavily on Quenya, which is the language of Valinor.
Yes.
And I could go on. I don't want to bore.
I got this thing today.
People.
I've got my latest YouFoods things, and they have all these cards like free box. Give these to your friends, and then send them a free box of food. And it's like, And it's interesting because the only way this would work for them is if they're really confident in the quality of their stuff. Like if we give someone free shit, they're like drug dealers. First taste is free, and then you've got to pay. So they're pretty confident in their quality. So
yeah,
if you don't give
and
out
it's not like
samples if your product's shit.
It's not like the shit stuff that they cut with awful like cut down product. It's the primo stuff that they give to the first time customers.
It's the primo stuff, yeah.
Yeah. The pure stuff.
I got my second delivery and I was kind of complaining. The only thing I don't like so far, it's only my second week's delivery, but they make you order a long time in advance. So when I ordered the first lot, I ordered quite a few meals. But then it was like I had to order my second week's before the first week's had even arrived. And it's like, I don't know if I like it. So I ordered like the minimum number. And then not only do I like it, but both my offspring have yoinked some of my meals and they like it. So it's like, cool. Now for the second week, I just have a minimal number of meals.
Yep.
In the third week, next Friday, a whole bunch arrive. But so I'm doing this as a weight loss thing, controlled calories and whatnot. So I'm not going to have that many of them this week. So that's
I have. Oh,
sorry.
Sorry, I was cutting you off.
I
was cutting you off. Sorry.
Is you have to order so far in advance, and but it's good.
Yeah.
Oh, you like the miso salmon? See, I'm not a fish guy.
I got
salmon. That sounds
today.
Delightful.
So Pat's actually just out catching his big fish. Probably with a semi-automatic machine gun firing.
That's not code for anything. That's not code. That's
yeah.
If Pat not gangland speak for
fishing,
anything.
Not a code. He wasn't fishing for.
That
didn't happen.
Okay. Where were you fishing, Pat?
If the feds are watching, Pat literally just went down to the river.
Actually went fishing. Fishing rod.
Not a code.
None there.
No, yeah, exactly. None there. See?
Where'd you go fishing?
I know. All right. This way. That.
Sure. A river.
Yeah, down the seas. That. Your books.
Okay. Yeah.
I have a confession to make.
Yeah.
I was at my counseling session yesterday.
Yeah.
And pieces of chocolate were offered, and I ate pieces of chocolate.
Yes.
Breaking my 3 week no junk food record. I ate 3 pieces of chocolate and refused a fourth.
Well, that's very strong. I'd say take the win.
It was premium Swiss milk chocolate. It was so good, but so very rich.
Yeah.
Cheat session.
Well,
it was. My print paused. I have to insert magnets. Hang on.
All right. Dr. Abigail's doing 3D printing.
Well, I can still talk.
Yeah, good. Okay.
But yeah, there was chocolate, and I was I'm still taking the win because I was able to limit myself to just 3 pieces of the most delicious, beautiful chocolate I've had in a long time.
That is a win. Yeah, Carlo, we've got to have the cheat meals here and there. It's and like we had pizza in the house last night. It's just like big old pizzas. We went for a local pizza place that does you know how some pizza places, the biggest ones they do are about this big. We've got a few good pizza places locally, and one of them, their biggest size is like yay big. It's
Yeah.
Oh the hell!
That's
it's
not a
like
pizza.
two pizzas.
This is a pizza.
Yeah, that's not a pizza.
Yep.
This is a pizza. I was like, Suffer. It actually came because my lad last weekend was with some of his friends. I don't know, in the neighborhood. They'd had a big night, and someone said, "Let's get drunk food. Let's get pizza from this place." And they had a prosciutto pizza, and he just said, "Okay, I want the prosciutto pizza I had on the weekend because it was really good." So we got a couple pizzas, but yeah, they do these really big ones. And so it was like it wasn't just dinner that night. We're all having it for breakfast and lunch the next day as well because fucking big pizzas. Carlo,
Yeah.
look, honestly,
It sounds like
I
it was a family pizza, family
Yeah.
sized.
I would probably take the challenge. Can you eat one of these by yourself? I might be sick
Yeah,
as hell, but I'd probably take the challenge.
Yeah,
Easy.
basically the inverse square law. The larger the pizza is,
Yeah.
like the inverse
The more you're
square, it
getting,
means it's
yeah.
like the
Yeah.
more you're getting.
Yeah. And that's what I looked at.
As Megaleech says, it's deceptively larger.
Yeah, I've seen people do the maths online about how bigger pizzas are such better value because you're getting
Yeah.
so much more surface
Oh,
area
yeah.
of pizza.
For sure.
Okay. Also, look, I'm just going to let in because I don't know that anyone else knows Carlo. I've known Carlo for ages. He's been a real gym bod for years. He's like buff as fuck at the moment.
Oh, okay.
I've got some photos from years back when he visited here and whatnot, but I know he's like buff as fuck these. So yeah, he could demolish one of these pizzas and then he'd probably just burn it off in the gym the next day. But
yeah.
So he's cheating because he's like super buff and just pumping the iron.
Yeah, that's cheating.
Oh, dude, okay.
Whereas
Carlo saying, "Oh no," but Carlo posts thirst traps all the time, and
yeah, and that's nowhere is one word in that context, by the way.
yeah.
Because I'm not buff as fuck, so I only have my nerd skills to rely on.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah.
Yeah, he look at him. He's communicating in emojis, but yes, he's being very modest. Me, buff dude, I see your thirst traps. Okay, I see them, and
my love handles have love handles. Like I've got spare tire upon spare tire. Yeah. I'm the fucking Michelin woman.
Me too. Every time I put on one of these shirts, I just think of Homer Simpson quotes about Hawaiian shirts. Like, I used to think these shirts were just for great big fat guys. And whenever someone thinks the shirts I'm wearing are a little bit flamboyant, is the other one that where he was upset at the episode that had John Waters in it, and he was freaked out when he learned that this incredibly camp guy was gay, and he thought he'd influenced Bart, and Bart's wearing a really flamboyant Hawaiian shirt, and Homer says when Marge tells Homer to stop worrying, Homer just says, "Oh, Marge, only two sorts of guys wear these shirts: big fat party animals and gay dudes. Does he look like a big fat party animal to you?" And of course,
that's another one.
So that's what I always, if anyone thinks my shirts look too flamboyant, I go, only two sorts of guys wear these shirts: big fat party animals and gay dudes. Do I look like a big fat party animal to you?
That art is amazing.
We got more art. Sorry,
we got more art.
Holies.
She did that in record time, and I bow to the master. That is.
Oh my god, this is incredible. I've got to share it. Sorry. Where are we?
That is awesome. Duck with human feet. Why do I exist, mother? That is amazing.
That is awesome. That is
really, yeah.
I love it.
I cannot accomplish art like that.
I know.
Just can't do it.
That just in the last 15 minutes.
Just yeah. That's. I'm not worthy.
Really cool.
That is very cool.
Big hat tip for that art. That is quality.
Yeah. I have goosebumps, and she wins the duck off.
That is some quality art. We love that.
Yeah. That's amazing. My compliments.
Yeah. Some very A-grade stuff there. So
Yeah.
all right.
I'm gonna post a reply direct. So on the
Yeah.
channel.
And yeah, Color agrees. Yeah, that's very much high fives, high tens, round of applause for that artwork. That was fucking class.
Okay, 10's best.
Yeah, 10 out of 10, Pat. Very
Yep.
much so.
I win the duck off. Yeah.
Hey,
Winning the duck
Yeah.
off. Yeah, very excited about winning the duck off. But yeah, honestly, she shouldn't stop. She should generate more art for us because that was
Yeah.
stupendous.
Yeah.
That was really good.
That's really great. Yeah.
That was class. Love it. Right, I just had a big old energy drink. So now I need to use science and balance that with alcohol so I don't go off the deep end. All right, need some fresh ice. Ugh. All right, put that in there. Sorry. Safa, I was just saying that. I love that. Your mum's town is Duck Central. Should be named Duckton. It was the thing that provided endless.
Oh, she's offering to paint me a duck. Oh, that's so awesome.
It is just wicked good art. When I were a lad, there was a little park with a tiny sort of zoo. All that was in there was some lizards, some parrots, some guinea pigs, and some kangaroos and emus. And then there was a big duck pond with an island. Endless amusement to me as a kid to take stale bread to the park and feed the ducks. I always thought that was a great time. I love that.
Yeah.
I read.
Even though it's actually bad for them to eat bread.
I know.
But
what have you been playing, Pat?
Butterball C?
Okay. Ah.
Yeah,
Dragon
I played
Ball.
today. Yeah, today.
Nice. Bit of Dragon Ball. Gotta love it.
Yep.
It's over 9,000. Again,
no.
one of the strangest things ever done when there's trying to marvel at their nemesis's power level, which was never explained, and they just go, "It's over 9,000." It's like compared to what?
99.
You've never explained this to us. What's an average power level? What's your power level? You've just randomly gone, oh my God, it's over 9,000. And we don't know what that means. It's very weird. Nice.
I saw that.
Vacuum patient maintenance. Glad to see you can chill out with us for a bit longer as well, Jude. All right. I'm going to move. I've got a bunch of glasses here. Yes?
I used to have pet ducks.
Sure.
When I was working and could afford to rent a place with a backyard, I had pet ducks. And I have some pictures of my pet ducks. And if at all possible, Mega Leech, could your daughter paint a picture of my pet ducks?
Oh, yeah.
Because that would be like truly amazeballs. And like I would be willing to do like anything to get a painting of my pet ducks. Like if she wants money, if she wants something made, 3D printed, I'm good with electronics. I do bookbinding, you name it. And like I can make art. I've made sketchbooks and stuff. I'm still making a book for Angry over there. I haven't forgotten. It is
I believe you.
still in progress. But if Megalich, if you're still there and listening, if she could do that, I would do anything. That would be amazing. Okay, I'll find. Thank you, Megalich. Megalich is messaging me on Discord.
Nice.
I will find a picture and get back to you.
Yep. Safa, the whole midichlorian thing is one of the weirdest things George Lucas did in the prequels. Like, it was a thing no one wanted an explanation for the Force. No one wanted it.
Yeah.
No one needed it. And he just got something in his head that he needed to make it a bit sciencey. And it's like, no, George, no one wanted an explanation. The Force was mystical and that's all we needed. But whatevs. Ooh. What have I got there? Sorry, I'm just thinking of making myself a drink, so I'm consulting the Bible. I do try to remember my days as an altar boy, I do the priest sermons, and I do a thing. And did Jesus say to his followers, "Yea, verily, gather thyself 1.5 ounces
Oh, we're gonna
of
cuckoo
Calabaris
again.
rum. To that thou shalt bring 1/2 ounce of Cruisin' Blackstrap rum, and then 1 ounce of Dolan Rouge vermouth shalt thou add. Just a teaspoon of amaretto for a little accent shall come in, and a dash of bitters. With ice shalt thou mix this, and pour it into an attractive glass."
I don't ever think.
I made Pat choke on his
You
drink.
do bad.
I don't know. I just think I'd make a good preacher, is all.
I'm picking up strong Eric Idle Monty Python.
That's pretty much what I was
vibes
challenging.
from
Old
like
Monty Python.
Holy Hand Grenade.
Yeah.
3 shall be the number of the counting, and the number of the counting shall be 3.
And there's also a thing from one of their albums where it was just a thing about, I forget which saint they were going, where he goes, "And verily he was tempted, and they anointed him with unctions and oils, and for 30 days did he resist, but on the 31st did he say, 'Oh, this is terrific. Oh, this is
Hey, look. There you go, cuckoo again.
yeah." And the last line was, "Entered they together the jacuzzi."
Yes.
Yeah, you're not just dragging.
So
I have
liked that. Look, maybe
Yeah.
just for fun, because I haven't done a really stupid video on my cocktail channel for a while. I'll do a thing where I'm a
You
preacher
should, yeah.
and open up the Bible and go, "And verily the Lord did say to his followers, bring together your rums and your juices, and thus shalt thou prepare them." Okay, I'm doing it.
Do it.
Come on, man.
I might do it this weekend. I'll come up with something.
Cool.
And just go. Sorry.
I
yes.
have posted a picture of my pet ducks.
Oh, nice.
This photo.
Okay, if you're okay, I need to share this photo.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
There is story behind this photo.
Yeah.
This photo was taken on a particular day in 2009, and it was an absolute stinking hot day. It was such a stinking hot day. And I thought, okay, today is just stupid hot. It was the 7th of February, 2009. And it was like something like 30 something degrees. I don't remember, but I brought the ducks in, let them cool down in the bath. They really appreciated it. If anyone can remember, that day was Black Saturday.
Oh God, that
Oh,
was an intense weekend. Yeah.
It was, yeah.
Pool that day.
Yeah.
Yes, thank Safa. Yes, Safa was straight on it. Yeah, that was Black Saturday bushfires.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I didn't realize at the time. I was just worried about my pet ducks.
Yeah.
So their names are Francis and Marmalade.
Nice.
Francis Drake,
That's
because
cute.
Drakes are
That's
Of
boys.
cool.
course. Yes.
Francis Drake, named after the English privateer who helped defeat the Spanish Armada.
Yeah.
And, well, the weather defeated the Spanish Armada, but the English had a part to play as well.
Yeah.
And Marmalade is a girl.
Nice.
And yeah, they're just happy and cool in the bath.
Yeah. It's great. But also just, God, bringing up Black Saturday just reminded me. I remember I posted a video the day before because we got these warnings for the first time ever. The Premier at the time is saying, this is unprecedented. We're being told this is worse than any. And the sky, because of the bushfires that are already happening, and there was some cloud, the skies outside my house with this weird blue-black color that I'd never seen before. And I posted a video saying, like, okay, we got these warnings today that we've literally never had before. And this, I've never seen skies like this. If you are in the affected areas, please listen, because they are saying if you don't go now, it's too late. Tomorrow is too late. And that's when we learned how fast fires can travel. Because the scariest story I ever heard was someone who was in one of the fire areas. They're on a farm, and the guy said he looked out his back door and he saw a fire racing across the paddocks. It was several hundred meters away, and he could see how fast it was moving, and he went, shit. And his family was in the lounge room, and he ran in and says, we're going now. Don't take anything. We're going. And he dragged them, and they ran out the front door. By the time they got to the car, the fire had reached their house. The fire was traveling about 10 times faster than humans could travel. And it was just, it was
devastating.
It wiped out whole towns. It was freaky.
Where my son was living before he came here. In King Lake and Flowerdale. That town got burnt down, and the school was demolished. And when he and the family moved in, the school had just been rebuilt. And like it has history. And when the last round of bushfires happened, where Scotty from marketing was holidaying in Hawaii, they were all just like, "Oh shit, not again."
And they weren't quite as bad, but they were bad. And the idea that fuckhead left the country while there was a national disaster happening, and it's just like you were just like it's usually a mistake to pathologize people and think, but no, that was just sociopathic. That the complete lack of regard. Oh, why is it a problem that I left the country? I don't hold a hose. Go, you are supposed to be the leader of the country. The country is literally facing a disaster. They want someone to at least symbolically show there's someone in control. And it's just like his lack of understanding still blows my fucking mind. Hey, Strictly Sega, we're talking ducks and bushfires at the moment.
But so that photo was taken on Black Saturday, as it turned out. I only found out the next day what had happened.
I agree, Jude. It looks like there's I'm assuming his camera's a bit weird and dodgy. It absolutely looks like there's glitter falling on Pat's chair.
It looks like it's just a low res camera. That's all.
But it really gives off a vibe that there's glitter
Yeah.
falling on his chair, which is pretty wild, honestly. He's just trying to
Yeah.
amuse us. He's clearly got the message. There's a job.
Yeah,
Again,
he has
if
to
the
quickly
authorities
jump
are
out
watching-
and
If the authorities are watching, I want to go on the record as saying
Yep.
Pat's definitely not Australia's most feared contract killer. Okay? I don't know where that rumor started. Not with me. And I've never repeated it. He knows where I live. Is it if you keep them? The only way to have an office chair that doesn't crack is to throw it out before it cracks, because they eventually crack. And I have to admit, the last really expensive one I bought cracked way too soon, and I was super fucking pissed off because of how much I spent on it. And with the leather and everything, and it all cracked too soon. I was well miffed, let me tell you. Yeah, so that's the way.
what is the camera doing now?
No, I did see Pat just arrived. I think he's trying to set himself back in. No, Safra, I'm almost sure office chairs are deliberately designed to absorb farts, because everyone who makes office chairs knows.
Unless they're like synthetic leather or vinyl.
Which just
then
you just pass it off with the squeaks when you move. You go, no,
yeah,
that wasn't me.
That was just the chair. Yeah,
that was just the chair. Oh, is there such a material that cats don't want to sharpen their claws on? I'm yet to discover it. It's a whole thing. Okay, I was going to make jokes about how airplanes are just fart tubes that you're stuck in for an extended period of time. Because everyone just farts on planes. If you can do it silently,
no one can hear it because it's so fucking noisy.
Just go, no one's going to know. No one's going to know. And so everyone's just farting the whole time. I remember, and that just made me remember when smoking was banned in pubs and clubs. Various fucking fruitcakes made a big song and dance about it. And there were all these stories in the media about suddenly how everyone in clubs can smell everyone else's BO and farts because there's no cigarette smoke.
Jesus.
And some clubs, you know how some clubs have smoke machines. Some clubs were investing in aromatized smoke to cover the BO and fart. And then it just went. It was never real. It was never real.
Yeah.
It was just dumb fucking stories that people were inventing. Greatest thing that ever happened was banning smoking.
When nightclubs banned smoking. Oh God, that was so good.
Yeah.
Like actually getting home after a night out and not reeking of cigarette smoke. It was so good.
Oh, because all the nights I went out, come home, and it's impregnated in your clothes, in your hair, in your skin.
Oh.
The worst, I remember eyelashes. You'd actually get smoke stuff in your eyelashes, and when you blinked, it would sting your eyes. So fucked.
Do you mind if can I share more photos of my ducks?
Oh, duck photos, A+. Yes, please.
Cool. I'm gonna.
And hi, Rays, by the way. Oh yeah, Safa, the idea of smoking on airplanes does my head in.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, more ducks in the bath. I like it.
So
that's cool.
Yeah, this is. I just took a bunch of photos of them. The first thing that ducks do when they get into a big body of water like this is poop. The second thing they do is dive under the water. These two are Peking ducks, which they're flightless and bred for meat, unfortunately.
Well, yeah, that's humans are like that.
Yeah. Humans be like that. This is their aviary, which was outside, and it's a bit blurry because I was a bit far away. I'm just trying to find a good photo. That's a reasonable photo. I had a
Right outside.
a little wading pool.
That's cool.
Yeah. So they had like a feeding tub inside and some inside water because I had to close it every night because of foxes
Sure.
and that was for swimming and bathing. I'd change it once a week, and that was just the best day. Like
nice.
when the water was changed, they just loved it. I could change it every day, and they'd love it. But it was wasting water, so
Sure.
yeah. It's deceptively large. Those like half shell swimming pools, like it's a lot of
Yes,
water.
they hold a lot of water.
And in 2009, we still had like kind of water restrictions in a way.
Yeah.
So yeah, those are my ducky friends,
Nice.
Francis and Marmalade.
Love it.
And yeah, that's see that okay, so this is Francis in the pool. And I don't know, like you see these two feathers at the back that are curling up?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are called drake feathers.
Okay.
And that's one of the ways you can tell a male duck from a female duck. Apart from asking their pronouns, which is the best way of doing it.
Yeah.
Because there is a quite famous duck. His name is her name is Waddles the duck.
Yeah.
She has drake feathers, but she identifies as she her, so it's only polite. She ran the Boston Marathon. Sorry, the New York Marathon. It was all in the news. She wears shoes and has a
and someone murdered that duck, didn't they?
No, she's still very alive.
Okay, I'm just thinking. Blind Boy had
I follow her on Instagram. I'd know.
Okay, it's someone else. Sorry, Blind Boy tells a story on one of his podcasts about a very famous duck, and it did have shoes and stuff, and someone ended up murdering it. It is such a weird story. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, it's one of those you can't make this up stories. Because it is absolutely. It's not that you can't make it up, but if you made it up as a story, someone would go, "Shut up! That's a really dumb story. That wouldn't happen."
Yeah,
and it actually happened. It's like real life tends to be weirder than fiction.
Yeah,
I think that's, as we've joked before, I very much dislike the phrase "you can't make that up" because you can make anything up.
Because
I think a better one is "truth is stranger than fiction," because there are things that happen that if you did them in a fictional story, people would go, "Oh, that's dumb. That's just so contrived." And but you go, "But no, that was a literal true story," and they go, "No, it wasn't." And then you look it up and go, "Oh, it was." Doesn't sound believable though. It's just like,
okay. Yeah. Anyway,
sorry, go.
That's one way to identify the gender of your duck.
The drake feathers.
Other ways are the sound of their quack.
Oh yeah.
Female ducks have that classic guttural. The classic quack quack. It's very loud and obtuse. Whereas drakes have a more guttural. It's a bit more subdued.
Okay.
I don't do it justice. You have to look it up. There's sound waves, wave files on Wikipedia. Also, the color of their beaks. In this case, in Peking ducks, Francis here has a very yellow beak, whereas Marmalade has a paler color beak.
Okay.
And of course size disparity. The male is larger. So yay, ducks. Also
yay, ducks.
Duck genitalia.
Oh god, go on. That's a whole other thing.
I have seen duck genitalia.
So have I.
Oh god, yeah.
The arms
And they love splashing in
biological
water.
arms race between male and female ducks. I was like, oh jeez.
Yes, indeed. And he is loving splashing in the water there. It's one of his favorite things.
Does seem pretty
And
happy.
these are just some pictures of ducks I
Ducks
took.
in the park.
So yeah, those were my pet ducks, and they have since that was long past their lifespan ago.
Yeah. I know in Queensland, some people in Queensland.
Raise, please. That was really distasteful.
Yeah. Some people in Queensland have ducks and or geese in their yard. They make good anti-burglar pets.
Geese,
Because
yeah.
A, they will make a lot of noise. B, they will attack the fuck out of someone they don't know, which is a real shock for people who don't realize inside the beak, they have these little barbs, essentially. They're not teeth as such, but there are like these serrated barbs that some geese have, and they hurt. If they bite you, it hurts.
Yeah, so no, it wasn't funny, Raise. It really wasn't. So a lot of waterfowl have the serrations along the edge of their beaks. They're not they're not teeth the way we think about teeth, but they're used for filtering through mud and stuff at the bottom of the of a lake or something to filter for little bugs.
Yes.
And they will tear skin. They will tear off skin, and geese especially are vicious. Yeah. Ducks and ducks are loud. Geese will go you.
Yeah.
And
So
they do make good guard pets.
Yeah. So they're the combination of a burglar alarm and also rather extreme anti-burglary defense weapons.
Yeah.
And I always think, like, could you imagine, like, you're, climbing over someone's back fence in the dark and you're completely unfamiliar with it, and it's dark, and some homicidal waterfowl goes to you, and you're desperately trying to work out how to escape while there's just these huge wings flapping and something biting at you and making this demonic noise at you. Trying to maintain your cool would be a tad difficult.
Yeah, even swans, they're all in the same family of waterfowl. Even they'll go you. They're vicious too. And with their long necks, they'll just sorry, I'm just like captivated by some of young Miss Megaleech's art that I've been sent a bunch of art by.
Oh, nice. Art's always good. I mean, but yes. Sorry. Doing all sorts of weird things. Just going on some particularly strange tangents tonight.
No, it wasn't funny.
How many do you know? 70s hits.
So,
I don't know. Sydney's pretty fucked. So far. I don't know. I don't know, because like my dad grew up in Fitzroy. Actually, he grew up in Seymour, but he always followed Fitzroy. And my mum actually grew up in Collingwood, so there was a bit of a rivalry there.
But I imagine so.
So, my brother still barracks for Fitzroy.
Right.
Yeah, I agree, Kirsten. Fuck Sydney.
Yeah, Kirsten
yeah.
Kirsten
Sydney
made a
for
very
us.
big fuck Sydney decision recently. Yes.
Yeah. I guess like by default, I dated someone who was a Melbourne Demon supporter, and
Right.
by default I kind of barracked for them. But nah, like people who are like people who thrive in Sydney are just sociopaths. Like you
Thanks
have to
for
be.
hanging out, Carlo. I always say the
Oh
difference
yeah, thanks. Yeah, that was funny. That was great.
because the driving in having lived in Sydney and Melbourne,
Oh,
the difference
the
is like
worst.
because you'll have weird close calls all the time. And I tried to explain to something. The difference is in Melbourne, if someone like sails through an intersection and almost takes you out, they're a fucking moron. That's why they did it, because they're a goddamn idiot. In Sydney, if someone sails through an intersection and almost takes you out, they're very angry and they woke up this morning wanting to kill someone and they did it on
Yeah.
purpose. That's the kind of
Yeah.
the experience is the same. Like, oh, that insane person almost killed me, and go like, well, in Melbourne, they're just stupid. In Sydney, they're kind of
Yeah.
insane and they want to kill you.
Yeah. Every time I've gone to Sydney and had to interact with people who live in Sydney, barring very few notable exceptions of people who didn't grow up in Sydney, who moved to Sydney, everyone's just out for themselves.
Yeah.
Like they just don't give a fuck about anyone else. It's insidious.
It is
Like
pretty
they just
aggressive.
have it is. And you even just like you're walking down the street and no one gives a fuck about you. Like no one cares.
That was also me. Like currently in Melbourne, when people drive like shitheads, I get it out of my system by just sitting in my car and cursing them out. But it's just me in my car. I'm the only one who hears me going, fuck you. In Sydney, I had the window down and I would be sticking my head out the window screaming, fuck you, I hope you fucking die. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the difference.
And I can only imagine like what being born and raised in Sydney would do to a person. Like what kind of person does that breed?
I actually knew very few people who were from Sydney. Almost everyone I knew moved there. I did know a couple people from Sydney, but that was the weirdest thing.
Yeah.
That someone who is literally from Sydney, and particularly someone whose parents were also from Sydney, it was very weird. So, Kirsten, also like that, you've moved. Your estate agent gave you a welcome bucket.
Oh, that's nice.
And sorry.
Yeah.
I also want to say, Strictly Sacred had been talking about the Fitzroy Lions who moved to Queensland. Here's a bit of trivia. A friend of mine from Sydney, someone who was actually born in Sydney, moved to Melbourne for me, and I visited him. I think it was before I'd moved here, but I visited him here, and we watched the AFL Grand Final at the home of the captain of the Fitzroy Lions, and it was the last year they were the Fitzroy Lions, like they were moving to Brisbane. And it was weird because they were a very fringe club. They were all extremely young. Like the captain was about 25, and most of them were late teens or early 20s. And I tell you what, it's a super fucking weird experience to hang out with a bunch of young men who are freakishly fit. Like they are all just, there's zero fat content on them, and a bunch of freakishly fit young men who have decided they are going to drink an enormous amount of alcohol that day.
Yeah.
It was a really weird experience. But yeah.
Yeah.
So Strictly Sacred got in trouble because the Fitzroy Lions won a game, and you ran up and down in the halls at school with toilet paper. You
To
got
this
too
day,
excited because the
man.
Fitzroy Lions actually won a game, and it got
to
you in
this day, my
trouble.
brother still barracks for Fitzroy Lions,
Yeah,
and I think my dad too, but I couldn't care less because he's an
Yeah.
asshole.
yeah.
And,
Because my
Customer
brother's
give you a wine and a
the
fridge.
price.
That's pretty good.
wow, nice, cool.
Wait,
Kirsten is living proof that Sydney is if you're a good person, Sydney is not for you. Because you don't thrive in Sydney if you're a good person.
It's a
It's
bit.
just it's not made for good people.
So I'm loving Strictly Sega admitting to a series of bad decisions: running toilet paper up and down the school, then put all the toilet paper in a small classroom bin and lit it on fire. Like everything was going to be fine after that.
Yeah, nothing bad could ever become of that.
Cut to the school prefect walking past, making eye contact with her in the middle of jumping on the fire. That is very much
Oops.
cavalcade of teenage bad decisions right there. It's kind of each decision is worse than the one that came before it. That's my God. Actually, Jude, that is a fair point that the world does not the world in general doesn't really reward good people. That's a fair call.
Well, that is a fair call. Yeah.
Now, do you think Melbourne's like a prissy private school? I don't know. I think you didn't.
No, not at all.
You didn't hang out with, and I didn't hang out with them, but I had to deal with
that is
North Shore fuckheads from Sydney, and
that is the worst take of Melbourne I've ever heard.
They are the worst. The people who formed the Liberal Party, both at the state and federal level, who came out of the private schools on the North Shore, Tony Abbott.
Yeah.
It's just absolute abominations of humans. And again, oh God, every time I drive past one of the private schools in Melbourne, it's just like, if I had a little fighter jet, I would napalm this school.
Private schools are going to private school no matter what city.
Yeah.
But
without question.
But to say Melbourne is like that, it is coming from someone who does not know Melbourne.
But also,
that is the worst take of Melbourne from someone who just doesn't get Melbourne.
Justin saying his private school didn't let him do muck-up day. We won't get back into what my school let me do on muck-up day. We covered that recently.
I mean, I went to a public school that doesn't exist anymore, and I ran around with the Super Soaker on my muck-up day. And that was fun.
That was among the milder things we did. Okay.
Yeah, someone barricaded the teacher's car park. Someone set up a one of those slip and slides on the what's the oval where the sports balls are played, and
footy.
coated it with detergent, and shit happened. It was mild.
I just like Strictly Sega's continued confessions. They let you off, gave you 5 detentions. You came into German class, and you're like, 5 detentions, baby. Teacher sent you back to the office, and they suspended you.
Down once.
Oh dear. Sorry, I'm just sending a little message here.
Sure.
Sorry.
Yeah, okay. No, you're right.
Yep, okay. As I don't know if anyone else is like this. I can't type and talk except the things I'm typing. I've known people who know how to touch type. They can sit there going, "Hey, how you going? What's going on in the world right now?" I'm like, because in my brain I am going, "Today I went to the shop." I
Can
can't
I-
think
can
of
I-
anything that I'm not typing.
Can I just say something? I want to
Yeah.
respond to nobody and say that Queensland is one of the most beautiful places I've ever visited.
Yeah, we
Um,
actually only shitting on Sydney.
Yeah, I'm just shitting on Sydney because I hate Sydney. I haven't visited Queensland in summer. I assume it's humid and torrential rain. But Queensland, like the people of Queensland are awesome and chill.
Yeah.
And like Brisbane, especially in winter, is like Melbourne in summer, and it fucking rocks.
Yeah.
And the people are just awesome. So I don't know where you're coming from with like people from Melbourne telling you that other states suck, because that's not what it's about.
The Sydney Melbourne thing is honestly a bit silly, but you know, you get that everywhere in the world. Any country you want to talk about, talk to anyone, they'll go like Germany, or they go Berlin and Hamburg. Fucking hate each other. America, it's like New York, LA, or it's LA and San Francisco, or whatevs. And it is kind of dumb, but I think it's human nature to.
Yeah, but let's be real. Sydney genuinely sucks. Like it sucks the souls from people.
City. It is.
Yeah.
It is an aggressive and I'm saying that as someone who lived there 10 years.
I'll go out on
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I've seen. Look. I saw Sydney drain the soul of a good friend of mine who is in the chat right now, and she had to move. And
yeah,
good on her.
I lived there 10 years, and actually, look, I'll be honest. I didn't mind Sydney when I lived there, and my move to Melbourne was actually about my firstborn arriving. Kirsten, is it me? Is it me?
It is you, Kirsten. It is.
I moved to Melbourne because my firstborn arrived, and neither me nor my ex had family in Sydney. All her family was here in Melbourne. It was the first grandchild for her parents. It was literally the 18th grandchild for my parents, so it was not a novelty. So we moved here because this is where the babysitters were. But it was really funny because that whole thing about Melbourne, most livable city. When you don't live in Melbourne, that sounds lame as fuck. But then you move here, and after a while it twigs, oh, that's what people mean. It is literally easier to live here. It's easier to get around. It's less stressful. It's less expensive, and but it's a long way from flawless. But you know, and yeah, like Kirsten, no problem. A lot of the weather and the layout, and there are very few cities in the world that have a more beautiful setting than the harbour. Sydney Harbour is beyond any doubt, one of the most beautiful settings for a city in the world. I think Sydney can say that. And also the surf beaches on the eastern suburbs, which are pretty easy to get to. That's kind of cool if you like that. In Melbourne, you have to go out on the highway for an hour to get to a surf beach.
Yeah. The beaches of Melbourne. Oh my God, they're so gross.
Yes,
they are. They're actually disgusting.
Yes.
0 out of 10. Do not recommend.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah.
You don't go to Melbourne for the beaches.
You have to go out on the highway for an hour, and so there are a couple of things. If that's important to you, and honestly, to enjoy that, you have to have a fuck ton of money.
Yeah. He's typing.
Yeah, I am, and my brain. No, I love Kirsten when I brought that up. Kirsten's going, I love being able to touch type. I'll type away and talk to people. I'm like, I won't,
Yeah,
because
I'm
my
on
brain
phone.
only works on one level.
It's so funny.
Oh God, my brain again. No, my brain only works in one direction. This thing. Safa again. Okay, Great Ocean Road is one of the great drives in the world, but it's an hour outside of Melbourne. Also,
And
if you
and
motion
don't
sickness,
blink. Yeah. If you have motion sickness, don't be a passenger. And if you blink
No.
while you're driving, you'll drive off the cliff.
I know it is.
But it is stunning. It is stunningly beautiful.
Much so saying the
I think
harbour
they've
is one of
upgraded the safety rails.
The harbour is one of the best city settings in the world, and I mean that in the fucking world for a city. Great Ocean Road is one of the great drives in the world. There's probably others, but yeah, don't blink because that twisty turny shit. And I mean, I remember doing a road trip with some YouTubers, and one of them got really bad motion sickness, and we had to stop. And he was like vomiting, and he's like, "So I'm just getting in the car." And I was like, it was getting really quite late in the day, and I was like, "Dude, everyone needs to go home. There is another hour of this road. Either we are just leaving your pathetic ass here by the fucking road, or you are just going to get back in the car, because do you not get it's actually getting quite late in the day and we need to go home." And and he was sick as a dog. He was so fucking sick.
Yeah.
And
So I have this story. When I was working, it was at a tech telecommunications company. One of the PABX technicians had to go to a place along the coast, the southern coast of Victoria. I think it was Port Fairy. And one of the other techs, because he didn't know how to get there, and this was before like everyone had a smartphone and GPS on every device. He couldn't afford a GPS, and they weren't company standards. And one of the techs just did this like dickhead move and said, "Okay, what you want to do is just follow the Great Ocean Road to get there." And it took him like 5 times the amount of time to get there than if he just took the highway and then south. And the call back when he finally got there, booked a hotel, stayed the night on a trip that was only supposed to take about an hour. And then called and just blasted this guy for this prank. He taped it and everything. It was so good.
Oh my god!
Because it actually cost him money. He was furious.
I bet.
But yeah, shit move, but funny in hindsight.
Yeah, sorry, I'm reveling in Strictly Sega's non-stop confessions here. Went to a lunchtime expedition to the church and smoked weed. St. Michael's had spanking back then.
What?
Laughed while being hit, even though it hurt like hell. It was like the nervous reaction.
Okay.
So he's going like they were doing it. So he copped it twice. Laughed, pretended it was like Mission Impossible. Something snapped in your head. And you were pressing against the wall, the principal. Oh, dude, there's some incredible debauched whole. I think David Lynch should make a movie. Told that was wild. That was wild.
That was. To answer your question, Safa, it was the very early noughties.
Right. Oh, Safa, I remember Melways when I first moved to Melbourne. That was
Melways.
Even GPS systems only were available in the early 2000s. You could buy a specific GPS thing you could put in your car. in the early 2000s, and I moved here in the 90s. And then, of course, the last 10 years, smartphones have been the go. So, Justin, is that metaphorical, or you and Strictly Sega literally went to the same school? Are you just thinking it was like that, or is literal?
Oh, I remember. Oh, I'll let him answer.
Sorry, Strictly Sega.
No, it's true.
Finished VCE at TAFE in Frankston. I bet
Literally the same school.
Literally the same school. Okay, cool.
Damn. Nice.
Oh,
at
yes.
different times.
Kirsten, that was the halfway point between the Melways and a GPS. MapQuest was awesome because you could go on it and say, I'm going to here, and it'd give you a whole list of things, turn left here, and you'd print it off. And ideally, you had a passenger. You weren't reading it as the driver. But it was like, drive down this road, and then, MapQuest. There was probably only a few years where MapQuest was a thing, and then GPSs became widely available. But that was the whole thing. Going onto the MapQuest website and typing in where you wanted to go, and it would give you a whole list of directions, and you print them out and take them with you. Yeah. Oh my God, that was a whole thing.
I remember seeing my first smartphone, not my personal first smartphone, but a rich client came into our office with a smartphone, and he had a Bluetooth headset, and that must have cost him like thousands at the time. And it wouldn't have been the size of my phone now. It would have been it would have been like that big. And I remember looking at it, and my phone was like a tiny thing, and it was a flip phone, and thinking, what the fuck is that brick? It's huge. Why would anyone need a phone that size? And now I look at my phone thinking, oh, it could be a bit bigger.
Yeah, it's like it went through that cycle of the phones because my first phone was this ridiculous giant Motorola thing, and then the phones got smaller and smaller and smaller, and then smartphones, because of course then I got to the stage what you wanted was screen real estate, so they started getting bigger and bigger. For me, the camera in the phone was important. I wanted a good camera. So I ignored the first couple iPhones because their cameras were shit. The first iPhone with a decent camera was the iPhone 3. I'd been using Nokia's. I had this really, what I thought was a super sexy Nokia. It was a little square, and to where it slid out. It wasn't a flip phone. It slid down and it was bigger. And it had a
matrix phone.
It had a pretty good camera in it. There's even videos on my YouTube channel that were shot on this Nokia. And then the iPhone 3 came out, and the iPhone 3 camera was noticeably better than this. So I switched to iPhones, and I've been on iPhones ever since because the camera's been the big thing for me.
I remember getting my first phone with a camera. And thinking, I'm going to take a picture of everyone in my contacts list and assign them assign a picture to them so that their picture comes up on my flip phone when they call. And I only had enough room for 3 photos.
Yeah, no memory. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, and it didn't have internet access. It had special intranet access that the phone company
set up by the phone company,
which was bullshit, and I just didn't use.
My first digital camera was Sony. It was this big weird thing, and it worked off a floppy disk.
I've seen those. Oh yeah.
And the floppy disk could store.
Oh, was it a 5 1/4?
It was like it was the little floppy disks.
Oh, 3.5 inch. Yep.
The floppy disk could hold 10 photos or a very short amount of video from the camera.
Yep. That was
my first digital camera.
I saw one of those in the 90s. It was like so
Yeah.
awesome to see.
This was, I guess I had it in the early 2000s.
Yeah.
But my first full-on digital camera I got for a trip to America, and it was one that had onboard memory. And I swear to fuck,
Yep.
if you look at the photos it took now with the number of pixels, they're this big.
Yeah.
If,
I had
if
one
an
of the-
iPhone takes photos this big, this one
Yep.
took pictures this big.
I had
but
one
it was
of the
completely
first.
and it was the first. I think Casio made it. Like, it was not a serious maker. It had a screen on the back. It was the first digital camera that had a screen that showed you the picture you just took.
Yep.
And it was like $1,000, and it took pictures that were about 10 pixels by 10 pixels. For fuck's sake, they were terrible.
I remember I had access to buy at cost price, not retail price, one of the first Samsung digital cameras.
Yeah.
And it was it had a screen on the back, and the max resolution, it was like 1 megapixel. It was tiny.
Yeah.
If that, like 1 or 2 megapixels. And yeah, like compared to cameras nowadays, it's like compared to the and I've still got some of the photos, and they're okay, but nothing compared to photos I take now.
Yeah.
Justin asks a very, very
there's no
question.
comparison. Canberra's just a country town with a bunch of public servants in it. And what's worse depends on what you're measuring.
And what your metrics are. Yeah.
But I wouldn't even I was going to say, I don't want to be too disparaging of Canberra. Yes, I do. I really want to be too disparaging of Canberra.
Gun to my head, I'd rather live in Canberra than Sydney, to be honest.
So Strictly Sega has a very mild opinion on the whole thing. Canberra's a fucking
look, tell us what you really feel.
Yeah, I think Strictly Sega's
don't hold
back. I think he's
you shouldn't hold back. Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. Having grown up in the country, Canberra's just a big country town with a bunch of public servants in it. Oh, wow. That is a big call, Strictly Sega. I lost my virginity in Canberra, and I still hate it.
Wow.
That is a big call. It's the whole thing. There is no point comparing any other Australian cities to Sydney or Melbourne. They are so different. There's no point in doing it. There are great things about Adelaide, and you can also pick on a bunch of things about Adelaide. There are great things about Brisbane, and you can pick on a bunch of things in Brisbane. There are great things about Perth, and you can pick on a bunch of things about Perth. And that's also Illawarra and Newcastle as well. You can pick on things, but it is actually pointless to pick on, to compare Sydney and Melbourne to any other Australian cities apart from Sydney and Melbourne, because they're just too different. They are just too. I love Justin saying, I lost my virginity in Canberra too. There you go. I think Aidsy did as well. So, we're now at Canberra is virginity losing central. But, and yes, Strictly Sake is now apologizing to Justin. I'm not picking on you, man. You're cool. It's just Canberra. Don't like Canberra. Yeah. So, again, the fact that I think you shouldn't compare Sydney and Melbourne to any other cities is not explicitly a diss of any other cities. I just think they're so different. There's no point in doing a comparison. Because they're all just, the other big cities are just big country towns. And with all the positives and negatives that suggests. And there are positives. There are definitely positives. But again, you're talking to someone who abandoned country towns. So I'm not going to exactly wax lyrical about smaller towns because I made a decision some 30 odd years ago to fuck that. I am not living in those places anymore. Although it's also funny, Mrs. Angry came here after living in London. She's like English born, lived in a few different places in England, but she'd been living in London for a few years. And when she moved, she lived in Sydney for a while and then Melbourne. To her, they were just quaint. They're like, oh, this is better. This is smaller and manageable. Because London has like more than Australia's population in it in one city.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so she just thought, oh, Sydney and Melbourne, they're manageable. They're quaint. That's nice. So
Oh no. Oh no, it's just us.
well, you know what that
Pat's-
means. Pat's got
Pat-
a call. He's got
Pat-
business to attend to.
Yes, he has a contract.
Yeah. Again, if the
Mm.
authorities are watching, Pat is definitely not the most feared contract killer in Australia. I'm just going
Not
on the
at all.
record
No.
yet again. I can't say that often enough for a number of reasons I won't stop saying that he's definitely not.
Indeed.
Is it about my personal safety? Maybe.
I'm gonna have a wee break.
Do that. I might too. I might play a video. Jeremy
Sure.
Rennan discharged from hospital, but with very bad news. Do I care? Oh no, that's stupid fucking clickbait shit. Fuck you, fucking clickbait, fucking websites. I hate you so fucking much.
That will happen. Clickbait is the worst.
I do hate it. All right, I think just for fun, we should do an AIDSy video. Let me find one.
Here are 12 reasons why clickbait is the worst. Number 5 will shock you.
Nice.
Can't make this stuff up.
Yeah.
While you're doing that, I'm gonna take my opportunity to go.
I'm gonna do this. Okay, this is a 2-minute video.
Okay.
2 minutes is long enough for me to have a wee break. Okay, so I'm going to share this. Share the system audio. Edge tab. Okay, this is AIDSy singing the Clive Palmer song. This is from, oh shit, look how young we look. And look how healthy AIDSy looks. That's honestly disconcerting. This is from 10 years ago anyway. I'll go full screen.
Clive, he's Clive, he's big Clive. Clive Palmer with his own song. Clive Palmer, he's nuts and he buys elections. He's Clive Palmer, everybody put him on TV. Clive Palmer, he wants you to make a news conference about him lazing on the pool deck. He is the pool deck, not that joke. Clive Palmer, he wants to do a news conference. He is the news conference, not that joke. Counting the kettle, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I was counting the kettle just to keep that there alive. I was counting the kettle, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're counting the kettle once again. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and there's a big bloody iron seam which is out of place. 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, I've lost a kettle. Clive Palmer, he's got the brain the size of reprocessed krill. He's Clive Palmer, he wants to tell you about your destiny. Don't get pregnant or irreligious.
I want to see them and the One Nation Party give it to, to make a baby.
Yeah, no, don't tempt
I'd
fate.
sell
That's
that
gonna
video. It's the gang that nobody wants. It's the racist rich. I think it'd be cool.
And now that's stuck in my head. And I'm gonna be
Damien
sick.
child of politics.
It's got red hair, it belongs to you, Layla. Oh, don't burn my eye.
Tune in next week for more disturbing sex images.
Clive Palmer, fully naked but still G-rated because you can't see anything because of the hangover. I just burnt my finger on a light. It's God punishing me. Having too much fun. at the expense of someone who's way too overweight.
Did that finish with AZ doing the throat singer? Oh my god. He's the character, isn't he? He was actually really good at doing the whole throat singing thing. Oh, goodness me. Oh, yes. And Strictly Sega, I was often given AZ looks. That was the whole thing. All right. I am going to, what is it, 10:30? I think I've been pretty good. I'm going to pour myself a martini. So I've got to get a martini glass because I want to be classy about it. I just thought of something that I'm gonna check. Oh no, I don't want to do that. I don't want any ice. I want the freezer martini. Let's get the freezer martini, shall we? And pour ourselves one. Megaleech, working on a budget. Dude, I am fucking in awe of you doing something as together as having a budget. I just work and get paid and spend money and hope it doesn't get out of control. What you're doing is much better. Much better.
To be fair, I budget too. I do a fortnight by fortnight budget a month in advance.
Yeah. I don't budget, but I guess I don't spend that much either. But yeah.
I kind of have to budget.
Yeah, which I get, yeah.
Yeah. But my archive, I've archived all my budgets all the way back. If I look, I've opened up my budget all the way back to 2002. So that's what, 21 years of budgets all saved up in the same spreadsheet.
Right. So Strictly Sega saying, when you haven't got your two wives blabbering, you'll join. Look, the door's always open. Also, no pressure. So Megaleech does a budget a year in advance. Kirsten just lets husband budget and just turns up. Honestly, I'm kind of half there. I just turn up and it's like, how much money have I got this week? Okay, I'm allowed to spend some. Okay, this week not so much. Also, when you get an email from your energy provider that says, oh yeah, basically your gas bill's probably going to go up by 50% this year. So, grab your ankles.
So I pay wholesale energy prices, not retail.
Yep.
I'm with Amber Electric that do like you pay a subscription fee, like $15 a month, and they give you wholesale prices. And there's an app on my phone that shows the wholesale price, and because they don't charge a retail price, it's in their best interests as well as mine. It's in their best interest to get me the best price available. So they share freely what the current price is and what, like, when there's a price spike and when there's lots of renewable energy in the grid and when the price is disgustingly low. And if there's a price spike, they issue warnings and shut all your shit off and stuff like that. So as long as you pay your subscription, as like you can pay as little as for the electricity as you want. It's actually really good.
I should probably talk to our landlord about, look, there are possibly various options for us to get subsidized solar panels on this house. Can we work something out? Like maybe even just split the cost, because it's a long-term benefit for you and it's an immediate benefit for us if we do it, and we can shift some of the stuff. I mean, I even did the thing the state government did last year. You actually got some money just for doing a price comparison on your energy bill.
Oh yeah,
So I did that.
I did that. Yeah,
And it worked out that I was
last
probably
year
on
and
the
the year before as well.
It worked out I was probably on the best one. So it's like, okay.
Fair enough.
There was possibly marginal differences with other ones, but yeah, I'm now currently thinking, because as you say, Safa, the Vic government has some solar panel rebates, whatnot. I feel like I should look into it and try and pitch something to the landlord. Like, okay, I did the research and solar panels will cost X. Why don't we do a thing where we split that cost? Because it's long-term benefit to you and immediate benefit to me, and we'll see. I should do it.
Yeah. But also, last week when I got paid this week.
Yeah.
Last week, Centrelink decided that William had finished school, and I don't need family tax benefit anymore, without telling me.
Damn.
And so I was down over $300 in my
oh shit!
in my Centrelink payment.
That is
I know. So I had to. I hope you're sitting down there.
Yeah.
I had to call Centrelink.
Oh, that is tough. That is tough.
Yeah, I know. Luckily, after just over an hour on hold, which is short for Centrelink.
That's comparatively short, yes.
It's comparatively short. I actually got onto a pretty nice person who fixed it up for me, because Will still has a year of school left, and hopefully by Monday I'll have that payment sorted back into my payment thing.
Yeah.
Because living on like 600 a fortnight is impossible with the two of us. Oh, I just suddenly ran out of all my spoons. I'm just so tired.
That's okay. If you have to crash, you have to crash.
I might have to crash very soon.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I wanted to show you something. I very graciously asked boss of the house if I could have some of AIDS's fountain pens. You know how he had a bunch of fountain pens?
He had some nice pens, yes.
Yeah, so he went, boss of the house went back to AIDS's mum, because they were like, they wanted to take them, rightly so.
Yeah.
And AIDS's mum said that I could pick one. And so when I had dinner with boss of the house this week, when I got the bag of AIDSy,
the take home portion of AIDSy,
the take home portion, and I got a fountain pen of AIDS's.
Oh, nice.
And she even gave me a bottle of ink.
The ink. Nice.
So, I am like very, very grateful and
special. That is
overwhelmed.
Special.
Yeah, it's so special.
Like that.
And the particular one I chose is the same brand as the other fountain pens I own as well. So,
nice.
I was quite chuffed that
she
let me pick one. So
yeah.
I know, right? So I have one of AIDS's fountain pens.
Yeah, it's got the spirit of AIDSy in it.
I know. I hope it's not cursed with the spirit of AIDSy, and I start writing stuff and
his creativity in there.
Yeah, not his like curse of like 1,000 illnesses.
Yeah, hopefully he wasn't channeling any bad juju into the pen.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
only the positive
that's the-
creativity that went into the pen.
Yeah, I hope I like actually become funny now. Although I have
Yeah.
enough of my own trauma in my life that hooray, I'm funny now.
Yeah.
You have trauma? Congratulations, you're
Yes.
funny now.
Yes, it's like comedy is just trauma plus time. And it's just like,
Yes.
yeah, it's
Justin,
pretty
I
wild.
think he'd be all about that. I may only write debauched things.
Yeah, no, that's
Yeah, but it's also by my hand, so those debauched things will be in Elvish.
Oh, okay, yes.
So
Nice.
Elvish debauchery.
Yeah.
The pen of Aidsy by the hand of Dr. Abigail.
Yeah. No, I think he'd be on board with that. That's
Yes.
all good.
Oh shizzle.
I was also just going to say, just as a by the by, Aidsy's mum gave wicked good hugs because I've known them for a while. And when I went there, she just gave like serious hugs with a sort of almost crack your spine sort of thing,
Nice.
which was good. I love Kirsten's just gone with yeah, that sounds hot.
Well, my 3D print is done.
Okay.
It's another piece of Settlers of Catan.
Oh, okay.
It's one of the you probably won't be able to see it, it's all black.
Now I can see it. Yeah. It's the woods.
So
Okay.
like there's lumber
Yeah.
pieces over here and trees, and there's some like tree stumps over here.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll paint it all up. I've finished printing these are all the wheat pieces. There's 6 of them, and I ran out of black and got some new black in.
Yeah.
I'm actually surprised that filament lasted. I thought it would run out. It's got to be on its last meter. But yeah, those are the wheat pieces.
Oh,
and
nice.
They've got quite a distinctive look, and they're all different, which makes it like kind of. Kirsten, have you seen the ones I've painted? I haven't posted the finished painted the finished ones of the brick pieces, but I have posted because I finished the brick pieces. I finished the mountain pieces.
Yeah.
And I've finished. I'll go get them before I leave.
I haven't seen the brick pieces actually. I'd be interested in seeing that. Whole thing.
I've got to take my headphones off because the kitten knocked them over. Hang on,
Is that far away? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh man. Sorry, my freezer martini is so fucking good. Oofed, and I also drank it down a bit, so I maybe get to top it up again. All right, we have a box. We have a box.
Fucking
What's
cat.
in the box?
Oh, what's in the box?
What's in the box?
So the kitten knocked over the box because fucking kitten.
They do that.
I had it up high. Look, they're not going to come out on the camera very well. I did post a picture in the Discord, but the brick pieces.
Oh yeah, very red.
There's like 3 shades of red, and I painted the little stairways. Going down into the pits, and then did a wash over them so that they look dirty. And I did the same with the piles of bricks so that they look a bit two-toned and
nice.
And yeah, like not too much detail.
Mm-hmm.
Like I wanted to keep it a bit basic, but I also wanted to put some I'll take some good photos of them.
Yeah.
And post them on Discord.
Okay. Cool.
I'll do that. I'll do that now before I leave.
Yeah.
I'll just set
Also,
up my light.
Riley dude, I love this bit of random. If I did travel in a spaceship, the Stephenson 218 star system, greeted by a very bright light before being a string sunbird. I have no idea what that means, but I'm cool with it. Kirsten had a freezer boulevard. Yeah, the only freezer like infinity drink I have is my martini. I have been thinking of doing like a freezer infinity old fashioned or something, because I think that would actually be good and would be fun. I might do that. So I'm honestly, I'm kind of waiting for my favorite distilleries to get past the sort of Christmas lull and go, okay, here's our newest limited edition, because I am a fucking sucker for someone who goes, oh, we did this thing and it's a one-off experiment and it's this and it's this. And there haven't been any new releases for a little while. But I think
Problem I have with taking photos is that like I'm like need my reading glasses to see if I'm taking a good photo, because I can't see the screen properly
that's fair.
because I'm old.
Sorry, you just make me laugh when you say that, because
Oh.
I was
You're
watching,
older, yeah.
Here's a fun one. I was watching. There's a comedy podcast that puts clips on YouTube that I watch most of the time, because most of the stuff they do is interesting and fun. The guy's name's Tom Segura. I forget his wife's name, but she's really funny too. And they just do this podcast shit. And the most recent one is over Christmas. He shaved, because he normally has, for 20 years, he's had a pretty big beard. And he shaved it over Christmas. And there's a whole thing, like his mum's on the podcast. His mum's like a Eastern European migrant, and she's like, I showed up to my son's place and an 18-year-old was talking with my son's voice. And because he's in his 40s and he shaved his beard, and they're like, you look 20 years younger. It's very strange. And I was also thinking, if it's kind of funny, because for most of the time, when I was doing all the political shit on YouTube, I was coloring my hair. I was keeping my hair and beard short and coloring it. And COVID was when I just went, yeah, you know what? Fuck it. And let my hair and beard grow out in their natural, mostly gray color. And weirdo fucking obsessive trolls go, you got old. And I was going, well, given the linear progression of time humans experience, I'm kind of interested in what you think the alternative was.
Yes.
And also,
okay,
you sad fuck, you got suckered by me coloring my hair for a decade.
Yeah.
You dumb bastard.
I have posted proper photos of the brick tiles.
Yeah.
On your Discord channel.
All right, let me,
because this webcam will not do it justice.
Okay, those look good. Let me bring the, yeah, they do actually look totally different to you just holding up. Okay, so I'm going to share them now because they look pretty goddamn cool. So there's that. Those look great. I love how those look. And there's another one. Let me.
I can't wait till I'm finished and actually get to play Settlers of Catan with
yeah. You've done all the
done all this work.
With that,
they've all got magnets. They're sticking together because they have magnets in them.
Magnets.
How do they work?
Yeah. Sorry, again, that's a reference for people who don't get it to, oh God, how long ago did that insane clown posse thing come out? 10 years ago?
I don't know.
I
have no idea.
It was this weird thing with these guys. And I don't think Insane Clown Posse are evil. I think they kind of have things. But there was this bit where
they're
it was
kind of
like
edgy.
they
but-
don't understand science, so they were suggesting it was magic.
Well,
and
the song was called Miracles.
yeah. And it was like,
And that was-
and
yeah.
the thing everyone laughed at was the line, magnets, how do they work? Which honestly is an awesome question because it's actually quite complex science as to how they work. But there
Yeah,
was also
quantum
fun stuff
spin, electrons.
yeah. There was fun stuff about genetics, like, my kid looks just like me and his kid looks just like him. How does that work? And it was this weird thing where they were posing good scientific questions, but the answer appeared to be, that's too complicated. I'm just going to say it's a miracle. And
Yep.
there was, I'm not the hugest fan of Saturday Night Live, but they did a spoof of that. And to me, the single funniest line in it was when they had one of the guys go like, Jake's son looks just like him. How does that work? My son looks just like Jake. How does that work? It was so funny. It was. It was
Look,
also
Saturday
Insane
Night
Clown
Live.
Posse, Insane Clown Posse are an accidental self-parody.
Yeah. SNL, merely a former shadow of it, merely a shadow of its former self, but every now and then, every now and again,
Yeah.
they just hit one out of the park.
Yeah. And they still do occasional good stuff, and you can find super funny videos online because all the absolute legends of American comedy for the last 40 years were on Saturday Night Live, and they have the best fucking stories. Even if the stuff they did on the show was not brilliant, the stories they have are so, like watching the guy from Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad. Oh God, I'm blanking on his name. But he's a writer. He wasn't an on-screen guy in Saturday Night
okay.
Live. He was a writer on Saturday Night Live. Oh God, someone always steps in.
Megaleech?
Bob Odenkirk. And I was about to say, someone always pops in, and it's almost always Megaleech. Bob Odenkirk, who's a legend of comedy. He was a writer on Saturday Night Live. His stories about when Steven Seagal was on it, because everyone says the worst ever guest host, and it's not even close, was Steven Seagal.
Worse even than Donald Trump.
No, they are literally going, who's the worst? And it was like Steven Seagal, then there's an actual light year gap to the next worst.
Because Steven Seagal had zero sense of humor and absolutely no sense of self-deprecation whatsoever.
No self-awareness.
Yeah.
And one of the funnier stories, and there are a million hilarious stories about Steven Seagal because he's a fucking clown. The guy, his real pretty boy guy was in a few action TV shows, and he's, again, I've had a couple cocktails and I'm blanking on him. But again, this guy, he was a TV actor, did some movies, is very handsome. He was one of those extremely handsome guys, and he said, because he was a pretty big name in Hollywood.
You have not nailed it. You have not narrowed the field here at all.
It's pathetic. It's pathetic how much I'm missing.
So extremely pretty guy in a lot of TV shows.
Yeah, just and he's like my age. Okay, so he was pretty 30 years ago.
Okay.
Also, Strictly Sega, wicked line. It's not John Leguizamo, but Thank you for just throwing a random name in there. He was in
Hasselhoff.
season 2.
Hasselhoff.
Oh, what was he in? Oh, okay. Honestly, my brain's just. I know who I'm talking about, and my brain goes, "But you know who you're talking about. Why do you have to explain it to anyone? You know." This fucking guy. Okay, but anyway, so Steven Seagal's made his first movie. This guy is quite well known. He's been on some soap operas and some TV things, and he saw it and he thought it was really good. And he said, he tells this story. He's on the lot of one of the big production houses in Hollywood, and he bumps into Steven Seagal, and he just goes, oh, dude, I just have to tell you, I actually saw you. Like, I don't think the film was out yet. I saw a rush of your film. It's incredible, dude. You are going to be huge. Like, that was incredible. I fucking loved it. But he said there was one bit where you ran, and Steven Seagal running is hilarious. He doesn't run well. He doesn't run well.
Okay.
And the guy just says just one thing, just a little thing. Don't have them have you run in movies because it just looks weird. It just looks weird. And he goes, and Seagal just kind of looked at him and he went, okay, cool. And he went into like the commissary to have lunch. And he's in there for like, I don't know, half an hour to an hour having lunch. And he came out and he says, Seagal was still standing in the same spot, still doing the stare. Like,
What?
He was so affronted by this guy saying, you look weird when you run, that he couldn't process it. It's just the weirdest story. It's the weirdest story. I feel like I may have remembered his name. Mark Harmon. Did. It was Mark Harmon.
Oh, Mark Harmon. Mark Harmon's a fucking legend. I love that guy.
He's a fucking legend, and he's been in everything for like 30 years, right? And this was a long time ago because it was Steven Seagal's first film. And so Mark Harmon was still on the coming up. And so he was literally just trying to be nice to Steven Seagal. He said, I saw your film. Dude, you're going to be huge. That fucking kicked ass. I loved it. But he just said, look, just a little tip. Don't run because that looked weird.
Do you know?
Look it up. There are YouTube videos, Steven Seagal running. There is just something wrong.
I'm going to look it up.
There is something wrong when Steven Seagal runs. I'll go.
Yeah.
Strictly Sager's done it. Strictly Sager's gone and looked up Steven Seagal running. Yeah, it is. It's
Do you know
Safa, the NCIS guy? Yes.
Yes, that's him. He also voice acts Superman.
Yeah.
And I think that really is that fits so well. Because
Mark
he
Harmon's
is
a legend. Mark Harmon's an absolute legend.
Do you know Jean-Claude Van Damme?
Yes.
You know how he did that Volvo ad where he's on the two trucks and he does
with the
splits?
legs, the 180 degree leg thing. Yeah.
Do you know the story behind that?
I vaguely heard it, but tell me specifically.
So he agreed to do this Volvo ad, and they told him you're going to do the splits between these trucks. And he said, yeah, okay, let's do it. And he said, oh, do you need to warm up and do it like a test first? No, let's just shoot it. Yeah. And he did it one take.
Yep. Again.
And they're like, what? Because he's an actual martial artist.
There is a bunch of weird stuff about the muscles from Brussels, but he was pretty amazing. Again, here's a weird bit of trivia. He was originally going to be in the rubber suit to be the Predator in the original Predator. You can find these videos on YouTube. The original Predator suit was stupid as fuck. It was like terrible.
Okay.
And he was on set. It was going to be his first break into Hollywood to do all his physical stuff. And the suit was just fucking stupid.
Sure.
And he eventually got shits on the set and walked off. And they got someone else in and they ended up with a much better Predator suit and thing. And yes, Strictly Sega. John Leguizamo telling the story about someone choked Steven Seagal out and made him shit himself. That's a real story.
Steven Seagal is a huge joke because he doesn't know any martial arts, and how he rose
dancing
to
basically.
I think like someone like the story I've heard is that someone basically said that they could make him a star on a dare.
Not
And
from
it
what
just went to his head.
which is possibly true. I've heard a slightly different story when he got to pitch himself to some producers and whatnot. Because everything he does is choreographed. What he does is basically dancing. It's choreographed dancing. And he did a thing for these movie guys with stuntmen. And it was the whole sort of, he'd do the whoa, and the stuntmen would do really cool falls and somersaults and make it look as if Steven Seagal had thrown them. But he hadn't. It was just a choreographed dance. And all the Hollywood guys didn't know shit, and they got completely suckered by it. And they actually thought Steven Seagal was good at martial arts, but it was basically choreographed dancing. And they all got suckered by it. And yes, I think I've heard that one too. Quickly, Sega, Rob Schneider telling the story about him running off I forget what movie that is, but I've heard it too. It was like, the story I've heard is they wanted to do a run through. They wanted to block a scene and rehearse it before they shot it. And Steven Seagal's going, no, I think it's shot. We don't have to rehearse anything. Just do it. And they go, no, we should block it and have the camera positions. And Steven's got, no, let's just do it. And they go, okay. And then Steven Seagal ran out a door on this boat and ran off the side of the boat and fell in the water. And everyone's just like, oh, fuck. Okay.
I gotta look up
oh yeah, Safa Seagal, Russian hero, definitely.
I've heard that.
Also, oh god, the comedian I already brought up, guy who I was talking about him shaving and looking 20 years younger. He has an absolutely hilarious routine about how fucked Steven Seagal is, and it is just so funny. And he also brings up Steven Seagal had a reality show because he got given like a sheriff's badge by someone in some fucking southern state, and so he's going, so picture this for real, if you drunk drive in this state, there's a non-zero chance Steven Seagal's gonna pull you over. And there was a whole sort of reality show of Steven Seagal being a marshal somewhere in the South, and it's
what does he do with his arms when he's running?
He
does this weird flappy thing with his arms.
Steven Seagal running is fucking weird. Yeah, no, strictly saying, Mark Harmon is the guy from NCIS.
Yeah,
he had this hilarious story where he says, yeah, I ran into Steven Seagal and I just wanted to tell him how cool his movie was. And I thought I was being helpful when I just said, don't run, because that just looks weird. And then I went and had lunch. And when I came out from lunch, he was still standing there, like he couldn't process that I said he runs funny. And Mark Harmer's just going, I maybe should not interact with Steven Seagal ever, because he's just extremely, he's very weird. He is a very weird person. That's just, that guy is odd. And he's fucking weird. Steven Seagal is fucking weird.
And he has, no self-awareness.
No self-awareness. I think, again, to fill in a square on the Angry Bingo, I'm pretty sure Behind the Bastards did a two-parter on Steven Seagal, where they just deconstructed this guy is fucking insane. And he's just gone. Yes, Jude. Seagal was married to Kelly LeBrock for a while. And
Yep.
because she was awesome. Steven Seagal, not awesome. Strictly Sega, very good parallel. When Tony Abbott was asked about his shit happened thing, and he stood there,
The noddies.
and
Yes.
his head wobbled for 30 to 60 seconds, and the journalist got super fucking uncomfortable and kept saying, Tony, are you there?
Are you
And
going
there
to
was just a
answer?
thing, like literally, Abbott could not process that someone would not just accept what he said and move on. And the journalist said, yeah, but no, what you said was not acceptable, was it? And he couldn't process it. And his head just, that is, I haven't watched, now I want to watch it again. I have not watched it.
Yeah,
for a
I want to
while.
watch it too. I haven't watched it in a while.
His head just
Yeah.
fucking wobbles. And it's not human. He's not human. There is a very not human element to that. And it's just fucking hell. That is just fucking weird. Abbott's just, he's not human. He's like, this whole thing, like he signed up. Abbott's a wannabe authoritarian. Abbott wants to just have absolute control. So being opposition leader suited him really well because he could just be a wrecking ball with no responsibility. But then, fuck us all, he won a federal election and he was supposed to lead the country and he couldn't because he was just a negative force. And
Yep.
it's like he went to the Catholic seminary. He was going to be a Catholic priest. And I read an article that was written by a priest who was high up in the seminary when Abbott was there. And Abbott was just this fucking nut job. And he saw the Catholic Church as this beautiful, comforting, conservative thing where he could tell people how he wanted to control their lives. And this senior Catholic priest tried to get him to understand the charity side of Christianity. And it just didn't fucking work. Like he's trying to put some humility into Abbott and saying, we shouldn't be controlling people. We should be a servant of people. We shouldn't be dictating how people live. And from how this priest tells it, Abbott couldn't handle the idea of charity being a central bit of Christianity. And so he fucking bailed.
Wow. That isn't that supposed to be like a central tenet of Christianity?
Yeah, and that's why when someone explained that to Abbott, he bailed. Safa, it was 70s or 80s. It was probably 80s. No, because Abbott's about my age. Oh God. Okay. Random thought popped into my head. Conservative political cartoonists loved to portray Abbott in his Speedos looking super hot.
Yes.
And again, in their defense, Abbott in his 50s, freakishly buff. The guy was in great shape. I don't think it was mentally healthy where he was, but Abbott, if you ever saw Abbott doing something in his Speedos, he was actually buff. It was kind of weird that these conservative political cartoonists were eroticizing him, but you know, whatever floats your boat. But it always, what made me laugh was American conservative political cartoonists, particularly this one guy who eroticized Donald Trump. And I mean, let's get real. Donald Trump is my physique. Donald Trump is Donald Trump's worse than me, honestly. Donald Trump is a weird, dumpy, fat fuck. But you had these, to my mind, incredibly weird American political conservative cartoonists who were horny for Trump, who would do these images of Trump being super buff and stuff. And I was like, you know he doesn't look like that, right? You know he's a weird, super fucking dumpy guy. At least when Australian conservative political cartoonists were portraying Abbott as buff, He was freakishly buff for a dude in his 50s. Trump is just a weird fucking bloated marshmallow. And you had these super fucking weird guys who were eroticizing him. And I'm like, dude, I think you need therapy. I'm just saying.
Yes.
I don't fucking know what's going on there.
I think you already said it. I got a bit distracted by something, but the images of Abbott in his Speedos was more a caricature than an eroticism.
Well,
Yeah.
No, but the conservative guys were doing him with six packs and stuff. And I was going, fair enough.
Yeah.
Abbott was actually surprisingly
He was actually pretty cut.
Yeah.
He did a marathon. He did a fucking biathlon or something.
Yeah. Trump was actually portrayed by a couple of different American conservative political cartoonists as buff and what, and I was like, these guys appear to be cranking one off with their idea of Trump.
That's a sexual attraction.
I know.
It's
fucking weird. It is.
So
weird.
I got an image of the duck painting. The duck painting?
Yes.
That young Mrs. Megalich.
Oh yes. Young.
I got an image of it. Of the painting of my ducks that she's doing.
Oh wow! Again, because she can just do it.
She could just art. And art happens.
Like that.
Just art happens, and there's art
and
and instead of a bathtub, they're in space, and it's so cool.
Oh,
they got little duck space helmets.
To see this.
Well, it's on a private message, and I don't know if it's ready to share yet.
Okay, I'm sure
making more alterations.
We'll put it on Discord when it's ready to share and that sort of thing.
Yeah, like when I hear back from them, because I've messaged saying how much I love it.
Yeah.
This is my wooden
giant duck, an incredible duck. That is an incredible duck.
Isn't it?
That is amazing.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know, right?
But I do want to say, shout out to Strictly Sega, saying the whole Abbott era was weird and fucked up. So my channel was essential viewing. I feel like that was the last time when my extremely aggressive politics stuff was super relevant, because Abbott was such a screaming shit show. That was amazing. Oh, okay. Mega Leech is saying, ready to share.
Oh, just need to flip it.
All right.
Oh, rotate it. Yep. Okay. It's amazing. I love it.
Thank you for backing up, Safa.
Absolutely.
I also think, the tipping point for me, I definitely think, like Abbott, I just had to rail repeatedly at how bad what Abbott was doing was. And Morrison was pretty horrific as well. But I always tell people when they send me messages, oh, I miss all the angry shouting stuff. And I go, you know what? COVID killed it. COVID was weird and society destroying and whatnot. And we were all being fragmented and fucked up. And I just wanted, all I've wanted since then was hangouts, because everything got too weird and fucked up. And I was way less interested in being part of it. And I just wanted to try and preserve some element of sanity, basically.
Yeah.
Strictly Sega, I was kind of upset that Bill Shorten lost. Like, I was very upset because it was mainly the Murdoch media poison got to the Australian people. There is like no way Morrison should have won a federal election. But the Murdoch media poison got to people. But that's the weirdest thing. The reality of Morrison all of a very significant proportion of Australia went, what the fuck? And the Murdoch media lies worked in the previous election, but in the subsequent one, everyone, not everyone, but enough of the population went, oh God, no. Oh, this guy fucking sucks. And the Murdoch media is going, oh, Labour, Reds under the beds, terrible communist things, oh, woke shit. And everyone's going, no, Morrison's a fucking nightmare. What the fuck? And it's the same thing with the Victorian elections, the last couple cycles, the way the Murdoch media has railed against Labor, and then the electorate has gone, yeah, you know what? No. And the Murdoch media has subsequently lost their minds like, we told you what to do. Why didn't you follow what we told you to do? And they were so upset. And now we've got Jacinda Ardern resigning in New Zealand because she's gone, you know what? It's too much. It's all too much. I've gone through some of the most intense stuff of the last 100 years, and it's good for me anymore. I'm dipping. I'm dipping soon enough that someone else can get known well enough with the electorate to have a good chance.
It's that's a tough call to make.
Yep. As soon as I saw it, though, I was going, you know what? You are making a really good choice for yourself.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. Like, it's come up, people say, oh, Penny Wong for PM. I'm like, Penny Wong is without doubt my favorite politician in Australia. I think she fucking rocks. But honestly, when we saw what Australia did to Julia Gillard, because the number of people go, I don't want some fucking chick telling me what to do. Going, oh, no, we should have an Asian lesbian in charge. That would go great. Penny Wong doesn't need that. Penny Wong doesn't need that shit. It's just, it's just fucking ridiculous.
Okay, ducks in space image incoming. Oh, it might be too big. Oh, there we go. It's on Discord.
Oh, yep, I've got it. Okay, let's share. Oh my God, that is so cool.
It's so
sorry.
good.
I'm
I love
just
it.
going to share it with everyone. On the one level, I'm going like, maybe I won't share it. Maybe I'll just revel in that it's cool. I should share it. I should share it. Where is it? There it is. Look at that. Ducks in space. How fucking cool is that? That is incredible.
So awesome.
That is incredible. I love that. Ducks, giant celestial ducks.
It's so awesome. I love it so much.
That is fucking awesome. Oh my God, that's so cool. Again, Megaleech, your daughter is super talented. Really.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah. Yeah, Jude, good question. What's the medium?
It does look like watercolor.
Is it
or it could be like acrylic
pastel
paint,
or but it's beautiful. It's fucking beautiful.
It's probably like acrylic watered down.
Yeah.
Because I use acrylic paints.
It is very beautiful,
and it looks like it's like washed out, so it dries faster. At least in the background.
Yeah.
Acrylic paint on soapy water background. There we go.
Nice.
Yep.
So nicely done. That is
spectacular.
That is fucking awesome. That is great.
Okay, so Megaleech, we need to discuss how to get it, and I'm super willing to arrange postage and all that. So hit me up. But hit me up tomorrow because I'm so tired. I'm probably
I
going to go
know.
to bed very soon. I'm dying.
Yeah.
Look at my eyes of like, if they sink any further into my head, I'll be looking behind me.
I love that as a description. I love that.
Oh, but the painting is amazing, and
It
thank
is.
you
It's
so much.
really good.
Thank you. In fact, I'm going to post it in the chat. I too can't type and talk at the same time, but at
Yeah.
least I can touch type, and I type really quickly. So
Oh, that's good.
and
Oh
I'm
my
done.
god. Sorry, just as a completely unrelated thing, I'm scrolling through some potential AHC videos that they've. Oh my god!
Oh,
It was like a
Megaleech.
12-year period
she-
where we did just the weirdest shit.
I have to do something for her now. If she's doing another one for me, I have to do something arty for her.
Mm.
But my art takes way longer than that. Like, and my art is very like deliberate and technical.
Yeah.
And
Okay. At this point, also Megaleech, I'm thinking like I love her art so much. I feel like I want her to like do like an icon art for my YouTube or something, or my contractor thing, and I'll bribe you by sending you another cocktail in the mail, and then you can just say,
a
yeah, you know what?
commission. Yeah.
He didn't pay you, but he paid me, so you should do some of your art that he can use on his YouTube channel.
Mimsy memorial print. What a good
Oh,
idea.
wow. A Mimsy memorial. Gosh. That I can put on the fridge here. I can put it on the fridge.
Does young Mrs. Megaleech does young Miss Megaleech draw? Like, does she like want a bespoke sketchbook or something like that, or
Good art paper sketchbook. Yeah.
like a cotton paper sketchbook, because I have some fine cotton paper. But anyway, I'm too tired. Hit me up with some suggestions.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm so
Sorry,
tired. I'll get
I'm
it.
just laughing at this one from Jude. You have guys who know English dialects, but Aussie accent's difficult for them. So AZ's stand-up is very hard for them.
Oh, she's here again. Okay. My question is, do you draw, and would you have use of like a bespoke sketchbook with, like, say, cotton paper, or because I'm a bookbinder, or something 3D printed that I can make for you, or some sort of device or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm so tired. But
also, Abigail's offering you a much better deal. I was just going to bribe your dad to make him coerce you to do something for me. I was like going to send your dad a cocktail and him say, "Yeah, you have to do something for my friend now because he sent me stuff."
Like I was in a recent Kris Kringle for PAX Oz Enforcers, and my Kris Kringle requested art stuff, and one of the art things was a sketchbook, and so I made a sketchbook with this like cotton writing paper, and I used this like Coptic binding technique so the book would sit flat, and I posted pictures, I think, on the stream, and she'll talk in the Discord. Okay, sure. And I just sent a message saying I made this book for you, and it's bound, like, it's like bound with like a hardback with like a book cloth, which is like buckram book cloth cover, and it looked like really professionally done, and she absolutely loved it. We felt really inspired to get back into drawing because of it, and yeah, so like I can do stuff like that, and I can post pictures of like the book that I made, and if that could be inspiring, so
Yeah,
because that's
excellent.
something you can like just take with you. I mean, you can get sketchbooks anywhere at any like art store.
Yeah.
I know that, but you know, something special is always nice.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm drifting off.
Which is
I'm-
fine.
At least I'm sitting down.
Yeah, so you can't fall down because you're in a chair.
Yeah,
It's just
but
like,
also like
Mm.
apparently I'm really good at 3D printing and painting stuff
yeah.
and miniatures and stuff. But also,
Oh,
who'd have thought?
sorry. I also, this is completely left field. I think Judy's
Mhm.
talking about a thing that trips Americans out about the
Oh
Australian
yeah,
accent, how we say no. From the American point of view, we appear to say "nar," and
oh
it.
okay.
I've seen a few things on it that it borderline traumatizes Americans. How
Well,
Australians say no.
no or nah,
Just like
or
nah,
nah,
and it's
nah,
like, and I've seen
nah.
Americans try to spell it phonetically. It's like you appear to be saying nah.
nah, nah.
It is super fun watching them because it remains the funniest thing because I've traveled to the US, I've traveled to England, where we are so similar culturally and linguistically that the differences stand out so fucking much. You'll be there and you go, yep, it's all fine, and then you'll go, what the fuck was that? And it's the same. The Brits will have a thing where they go, yeah, I can understand like 80 to 90% of what Australians say, and then they'll say something and I'm traumatized. Yeah. Jude hears it as nah. Yeah. As soon as I saw this online, Americans being traumatized by the way Australians say no, and I went, no, I absolutely get what they're saying. Because, again, we get very lazy. Because I'm sitting here, I'm saying no. I don't think that would upset Americans very much. That I'm going no, but if
No.
I'm just in a conversation, going, yeah, mate, and Americans go, what? I could say a whole sentence where an American would not understand a single syllable of it. If I'm with that,
Especially when you
what the
use,
fuck, and it's like,
especially when you use like slang,
yeah.
like servo and durries and macas and.
What was the one? There was one I saw on Twitter the other day. An American being upset that Australians say doco for documentary, and he's going, okay,
Oh,
I just learned Australians say doco for documentary. This is not a country to be taken seriously. And my response was, dude, I feel like if you had an actual conversation with an Australian, you'd have an aneurysm. It would like you would die. Your brain would bleed out as a self-defense mechanism against the stuff Australians say colloquially. And Jude,
I
I
also
agree.
agree that
Scotland,
yes,
yeah.
yeah,
So
the Scottish is harder. Yeah,
my personal
Scottish.
favorite My personal favorite is Scottish Twitter where they type phonetically.
Yes,
It's the
yeah.
fucking best. It's Scottish Twitter is literally just trying to fuck with the rest of the world. They type in their accent. They type their accent phonetically, and you look at the things they type, and you're like, "The fuck is that?" very, 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 very funny.
Yes. Or
but-
yeah, Scottish and Irish.
Oh gosh,
Twitter.
yes, Irish. And again, to fill in a square on the Angry Bingo card, I'll bring up the Blind Boy podcast when he talks about colloquial Irish ways of speaking. Why is colloquial Irish so weird? And he hypothesized in one podcast it was to fuck with the English who were occupying Ireland. And so you could answer when an Englishman with a gun accosted you and what are you going? You could answer them truthfully, but in a way where they did not understand a goddamn thing you said. And because there's a particular way of phrasing things in Irish where you answer someone with what sounds like another question, but then you answer your own question in the sentence, which would confuse the fuck out of the English. Like, it's like, where are you going, Patty? And you go, oh, sure, and you want to know where I'm going? To the shops is I'm going. Is that where I'm going? That's where, so I am. And the English would go, fucking what? He does very fun hypotheses of where folk traditions come from and what they mean. Jude, I do think Irish is easier than Scottish. Scottish is weird as fuck. And
Scottish,
yes, country
Irish,
slang versus city slang, very different.
Welsh.
Oh well, again, speaking a different fucking language. Oh, okay. Megaleech wants me to. I will find a Mimsy photo for
my eyes are legit bleeding now. I have to log out.
Yeah, no.
I'm
if you need
dead. I'm gone.
Yeah.
So
there's only
I'm gonna.
This on the stream, really. We're just hanging.
Yeah.
So it's like.
I'm going to bed. I'm.
Yep. Do it.
Dying. My eyes actually are hurting now. So.
Yeah, we don't want that.
Good night, everyone. Navaya Melanin. That means safe travels, my friends.
Nice.
In Sindarin. Catch you later.
All right. Good night, Abigail. See you later.
Good night.
Oh God, sorry. I just saw something super weird, and I didn't know what it was. But then it suddenly made sense. Sorry, it was someone being a weird fucking troll, and possibly my all-time favorite again, because I haven't done the political stuff for a couple of years, so the trolls have quietened down a bit. But there are a few things that the various right-wing trolls did that absolutely made me laugh. And off the top of my head, my two favorite weird troll things was one, it was this fucking weird old guy who appeared to have suffered a fucking stroke, who was a climate change denier. And he had a video that was titled something like Angry Aussie is Dangerous. And he went on this weird ramble about the fact I said, you should pay attention to the fact that literally every climate scientist in the world says this is a problem, is a thing. So, oh, wow. Megaleech is going into Japan in November. We'll have a 5-hour stopover in Melbourne Airport. I feel like we'll have to try and organize something. November is a long way away. We have time to organize it. I feel like we should organize something. We'll see how it goes. So yeah, my two favorites was this one very, very weird fringe old guy who is just a real fucking weird conspiracy guy saying angry Aussie is dangerous because I think science is a real thing apparently. But my other favorite was one of the really well-known right-wing trolls, and he did a video and the title was something like, "Oh, Trump supporters, angry Aussie thinks you're racist morons." And he was the type who always argues in bad faith and always tries to distort what you say and thinks like they're scoring points when they're deliberately distorting things. But he did this one saying, "Angry Aussie thinks Trump supporters are racist morons." And I just went, yep. And I'm not saying all Republican voters are racist morons, but I will unequivocally say anyone who declares themselves to be an active Trump supporter is absolutely, definitely, 100% a racist fucking moron. It's like he thought he was doing it. It did my head in that this guy thought he was doing this massive gotcha and would embarrass me by saying, "Whoa, angry Aussie is saying Trump supporters are racist." And I was going, fuck yes, I'm saying that. Fuck yes, I'm saying Trump supporters are fucking racists. So fucking weird. Sorry, Dr. Abigail randomly posted this meme, and I do want to share it because I personally find it very funny. A cop killed my GTA V character, even though he's white. Anyone else experiencing this bug? Because that's the joke I used to say to myself when I was playing Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, when you went into an area that you're not meant to go to, and it suddenly is a huge alert and everyone's shooting at you. And I'm going, this is because I'm black, isn't it? That's just weird. Justin, what does this mean? Murdoch's going under oath for Fox News lying. I don't know. I side with people who've gone like, oh, well, fucking Pell died and Molan died. Is it all going to go our way this year? Is Murdoch should have died years ago. I feel I'll put money on it now. I think the die has been cast. I think Murdoch's going to finally fucking die this year. Not before time. Absolutely not before time. All right. So I have been finding some very funny AIDSy videos. Some short, some long. Okay, I feel like I should do another weird 10-year-old video. Just enough time for me to have another wee break. This one's only 2 minutes long. I can probably have a wee break in this time. There's a song, apparently. We all like a song, don't we? And Justin, yes, Lachlan's worse, but you know, whatever. All right, I'm going to share. Scroon. Oh, wait, did I not fucking bring this up? All right, I'm going to... Come on, bring this video up. All right. It's a whole bunch of YouTubers from Meetup from 10 years ago. This is a weird, random video. All right, so we'll full screen this. Oh, wait. Sorry. I just thought I might not have done the share audio thing, and I just want to be absolutely sure that I do it right. All right. You don't need me in here. And we'll just play this for fun.
This is such an Aussie song.
Do it again. That was really good
Can't
lyrics.
do it again.
All right, we'll do another song then.
Hit the Spider-Man farm for the Spider-Man. Come to the Spider House where we sell the Spider-Man. Spider-Man, the sexeries.
It's like Hillbilly Spider-Man. What's that?
Spider-Man, we'll sell all your Spider-Man. Sell the Spider-Man shirt, sell the Spider-Man pants, the hat of the Spider-Man. Oh, it's Spider-Man, Batman, Superman, all the superheroes. Spider-Man.
So I'm with you.
Just ruined the whole song. It's the best, and he said it's the worst. That's not the worst. Just do it. It's the best video because it's got all of us in it, and we're all the best friends.
Now, you should just run with what all the best video in the world you're going to make has all the YouTube cliches. You know, have kittens and cute babies and girls kissing.
Girls kissing is best YouTube videos. Also, when they like get naked and then it's like almost about to show boob, and then it's like go on to this website to see the rest. Fuck. And you worked really hard, like you just sat there, like just trying to get it up because it was difficult to get it up because you hadn't actually seen any tit yet. And then as soon as the bra comes off, it's like, no, see the rest on camgirls.com. You know what? I don't want to go on camgirls.com. If I wanted to go there, I would be on camgirls. I just wanted to be able to watch pornography on my YouTube browser.
I've done that. I went to a web chat with Anonymous, I believe it was, and they were showing off how technical it is.
What are you doing, AZ?
I'm occupying
You're occupying what?
everything. Well, a bit of it anyway.
It's down to you, is it?
Yeah. I'm maintaining.
Personal question now.
Yeah,
Are you constipated?
a little bit.
All right, keep occupying.
I can do that. Oh no, I'll fall over. I don't know what the slogan is.
What do we want? Laxatives when we want them now?
Yeah. No.
Oh my God, that's so weird. Justin, 10 years since you finished your Masters. That's a milestone. Sorry, I ate a bit of chocolate. It's still melting in my mouth. Time got away from me a little bit. Sorry, now I just have to think if I'm gonna do something else. Just gonna look at news. What's news? Alec Baldwin's being charged with manslaughter. Jacinda Ardern resigned. Okay, just gross fucking violent crime things I don't even want to go into. Man, it's just kind of like what's in the news? A bunch of shit. Staff sacked over Molly Meldrum's Elton John incident. Did anyone see that? Molly Meldrum gets on stage at an Elton John concert and drops his pants. And I am not joking. In the original videos I saw, I thought he was wearing other pants under his pants because of how saggy and weird his ass and legs were. Like, that's a dude who should not be dropping his pants, quite honestly. So, Justin, you did a Masters of Public Policy and Management. That doesn't seem that weird to me, man. Sounds like you had a plan. Sounds like you had a plan. Just looking if there is actually anything interesting in the news, if it's not just like depressing and fucked up. It is. It's just a bunch of weird, fucked up stories. You know. What you doing? Making breakfast at 11 p.m. That's okay. That's someone with forward thinking preparing some protein. Again, it's young Mr. Angry, who's a real gym guy and has all these protein foods and whatnot. He's clearly following my super buff example, or not, and he's just actually looking after himself. So, Justin, that does sound like a very Canberra degree, quite honestly. Which again, not necessarily a bad thing, but because I have a permanent job now, which I've had for more than 6 months now. And, for the previous 20 years, I've been contracting, so it's all different. So I might do all sorts of wacky things. Oh, holy free holies. Sorry, more of this art appearing, which is just incredible, quite honestly. I need to send a cat pic. Okay. You know what? While we're talking, I'll look on my phone. I actually don't know if I have any good Mimsy photos on my phone, but I will look. Because somewhere I have good Mimsy. Wait, I should just go to Discord. All right. I'm on Discord and I'm just looking for a Mimsy photo now. Because I swear the duck artwork that's popping up is absolutely incredible. Just looking, just scrolling through my phone. Oh, yeah. Weird pictures of me. That's fine. Some weird pictures. Okay, then some weird random duck pictures of all things. More pictures of me. Weird memes. Still looking for a Mimsy photo. All right. Don't forget I'm getting Mimsy art, which if I get it, I will do it like a printout and stick it on the fridge here. But I'm still looking for a good Mimsy photo in my collection here. That's too close. No, oh wait. God damn it. I just posted a weird close-up. That's worse than useless. I'm sure I had some pictures of Mimsy somewhere. It's like, hey, is it a good idea? I just posted a couple of Mimsy photos and I don't know if they're any good. One's way too close up. Oh, but there's one good one there. Okay, I'm just going to scroll a bit more and see if I see another good... oh, gosh. I've hit the wrong button. Still scrolling. Is there a good Mimsy photo? Is that same one? Wowzers, I am struggling with this big time. Picture of Mark Latham with a shrunken face. That's disconcerting. All right, scrolling. Now a couple of years in the past. If I stumble across a Mimsy photo now, it'll probably be before she was super bony, which would be nice. But, oh gosh, struggling as I go through all these photos. Man, we are a few years ago now. It's one of my trips to England. I haven't been to England in years. Okay. I feel like I can't. No one's been at the fucking zombie shuffle a very long time ago. I feel like, yeah, you know what? That's it. I can't cope anymore. I'm just going to go. I posted a couple pictures of Mimsy, and that's what it comes to. Justin, you think Arden did the right thing? Quit worrying your head. Yeah, and again, the my God, the psychopathic right-wing attacks on Jacinda Ardern. It's very unsettling. These very angry, unhinged people. It's quite disturbing to see, in all honesty. But you know. Also, randomly, I'm now thinking things I might want to cook for food on the weekend that are in the freezer. I should take them out and put them in the fridge so they start to thaw. What's this? Not that. What's this? Chicken. I like chicken. We'll take some chicken out. No, let's make pies. Sausages. That is also good. All right. Chicken and sausages. That's 2 meals for the weekend. That's possibly all there is. All right. I might have to go shopping and get more actual food. Put them in here so they thaw out a bit. And cook some things on the weekend. Oh, it's all a bit much. Lawsy. All right. Justin, you think it's weird that people think Arden's eat, but again, the right wing. Do you want to put it in? Or are you going to put it in? Or are you going to put it in? Oh, it's the difference between the fridge ninja, who's shorter than me, so she creeps under, and young Mr. Angry, who's considerably taller than me, so he can walk on and his face never appears on screen because he's so tall. I don't know where this whole 6 foot thing come from. My family are a family of short asses, and young Miss Angry is taller than anyone in her mum's family, let alone 6 foot young Mr. Angry here, who just again, I say, if you ever want to be a celebrity, learn Tagalog and go live in the Philippines. You'd be a superstar. I know. My goodness, it's a very weird thing. All right, I actually just had. It's like, okay, should I be making another drink for myself at midnight? Yes, I should. All right. I'm going to get some fresh ice for a start. Ooh. Sorry, a liqueur is a sweetener. I have super good ideas for this. Okay, first, a fresh big chunk of ice. Safa, this is water. Melted ice is all I need. This would be the last alcohol I drink, though, I think. Ice baby. Okay, my jig is just here. Okay, I've been thinking about this one. So, this is, I'm going to make like a gin old-fashioned of a sort. All right. So, this is gin from Brogan's Way. I love the people at Brogan's Way. And yes, I do owe Kirsten the thanks for introducing me to Brogan's Way. This is a strawberries and cream gin they made. It's just a little bit left. I should finish this off, basically. But yeah, the Brogan's Way Distillery, they do a nice gin. Oh, that's perfect. That is the perfect measure for an old-fashioned. Thought I might be going a bit heavy, but that's just the perfect measure. So, okay, strawberries and cream gin, which is super nice. Okay, and I finished it. And I don't know if they're still making this, but this is an excuse for me to go back to Brogan's Way to find what they have. Now, the sweetener, instead of sugar, I'm going to use this liqueur. Nobody, don't overthink it. We were fucking around with the whole Melbourne-Sydney thing, and Sydney has a whole extremely aggressive, materialistic, domineering vibe. Again, I lived there for 10 years, so if I was to say wholesale, anyone in Sydney is fucked, I'd be saying I'm fucked. But there's an undercurrent or overcurrent with the whole thing in Sydney. That's this very aggressive, domineering thing, which is unhealthy, honestly. And obviously, I mean, even when I say that, that's kind of like the people on the top rung of Sydney. It's not the majority of the people in Sydney, but it was also just kind of having fun and taking the piss. It doesn't help to overthink it. Anyway, for the sweetener, I'm using this Kakadu plum liqueur from Lux Brew. I don't even know if they still make stuff. I got this from them quite a while ago. And this is the last of my Lux Brew stuff, actually. Now, I want to do fruity bitters. I think I'll use cranberry bitters. Could use orange. I've got orange. Where's the cranberry? Just want a fruity bitters in this old-fashioned. Also, I kind of have concerns with anyone who feels compelled to defend that Sydney mentality as well, because the sort of thing I'm talking about is a very antisocial mentality. And again, I'm owning this myself, as I tried to admit when I was living in Sydney, and I did live there for 10 years, I was a very aggressive, argumentative, negative person, because it's this weird shit that Sydney rewards. And again, speaking in absolutes is a mistake. But again, the whole Sydney Melbourne thing, if you take it too seriously, you're gonna hurt yourself with taking stuff on too much. So I just need to write a little message here. about Mimsy pics. But I'm going to find some pretty better Mimsy pics, but I probably won't find them tonight. Right. Rumors about Mantra. Okay. Sorry. Here's a fun one, Safa. I am old enough to remember when the slanders about the western suburbs of Sydney weren't racist. They were against white kids. There were these just generic slanders about Mount Druitt and the western suburbs of Sydney generally. Oh, they're all monsters and troublemakers. And there was a whole bunch of misreporting and selective reporting and honestly straight up lies. But back in the 80s, it was about white kids. More recently, the slanders of the outer suburbs have taken on very racist tones. But can shit in Mount Druitt be very rough? Holy fuck, yes, it can. Has there been weird exaggerations and outright falsehoods? Yes, again. And thank you, nobody, for the positive message about Mimsy as well. Yeah, it's a whole thing. We've gone through a lot of. Oh, Justin, did you miss it? No, Mimsy. Sorry, I'm going to feel really bad about it. I only broke it on the stream tonight, but yes, no, Mimsy had her final visit to the vet this week. She'd been too sick for too long. She's the equivalent because she was like, we don't even know how old she was. She was 17 or 18 years old in human years. In relative terms, she was like a human in their 80s who had arthritis, kidney disease, liver disease, and dementia. She was just not good. We had some medication that propped her up for a while, but it just wasn't good. And taking her to the vet to ease her way out was the best way to go. It was not an easy decision, mind you, but yeah, it's one of those things, and it is kind of weird that, you know, Mimsy and Aidsy went so close to each other because they were both unwell for a number of years, quite honestly. I know, yeah, the combination was kind of weird. Because in both cases, I'll tell you for real, absolutely for real, the similarity for me with Mimsy and Aidsy dying is every now and then a thought will pop into my head. And this will be about one of them, about Mimsy or about Aidsy, when, oh, they would be like this. And then it's like, oh, except they won't because, you know, they're not with us anymore. Justin, good question. This is not something we've discussed. And it's very interesting. Mimsy came on the scene. Mrs. Angry's previous cat, and this is going way back, got hit by a car, and she decided she wanted a new cat basically straight away. And I went, okay. Hasn't really come up with Mimsy. So yeah, so I don't know if we want a new kitten. Hasn't really come up. Jude, you're in the fire with Bob in a hospital bed at home. Again, you do so much, Jude. It's you know, it's incredible what you do. But anyway, I'm just going to look. I've got another red drink. Yum. Fuck me, that's good. Oh, yum, yum. Gin old fashioned. Yum. Oh, no. Okay, so Justin, dog. I think my lad. I think he kind of likes the idea of a dog, but the rest of us not so much. I'm hoping he's out of earshot. I think he's gone to bed, so he can't hear me saying this. I think he kind of liked the idea of a dog, but not so much the rest of us. So I think Shadow might have sort of primacy over the house at the moment. And as I was saying earlier in the stream, her behavior has gotten so different since she seems to understand Mimsy's not around here anymore. She might ultimately end up on the stream because she comes around all the time wanting attention and wanting to be on the lounge, and I'm on the lounge getting pats and scratches and rubs and settling in. It might get to the stage where she realizes, like when I'm doing a stream, I'm just sitting here for an extended period and she might want to be on the stream. Oof. Sorry, Jude. I feel that. Don't have a safe platform to post the kind of things that go on. Yeah. Medical stuff. Oof. Medical stuff. Very, 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 very hardcore. Okay. Not completely unrelated. Back in the 90s, I had a girlfriend who was a nurse. And that's a whole thing, you know, dating a nurse. And when you socialize with other nurses, here's a thing that happens when a bunch of nurses get together, particularly when they have a couple of drinks, they can't resist swapping stories. And they essentially try to outdo each other. And they went, oh, when someone goes, this terrible thing happened, then someone else will go, that's nothing. Here's the thing that I went through. And then they'll tell an absolutely horrific story. Then someone else will go, that's nothing. Here's the thing. And oh my God, I sat through so many of these conversations with nurses trying to one-up each other. It's a whole fucking weird thing. Yes, Jude, I get this. For you, the AIDS stories weren't shocking. It was just, yeah, no, that's the thing. I get that. Yeah. So, my God, yeah, nurses, when they get together, they're a whole thing because they just try to one-up each other. Yeah, Justin, I think you're right. I think teachers are similar, but in a different way when they try to tell stories about the most fucked up students in classrooms they had. Because, some fucked up things in classrooms definitely happen. Most definitely happen. So, oh man, I have not made a fruity gin old fashioned for a little while. This is quite nice. Yum. What's funny is that it says like, oh, finished one of my special bottles of gin. Now I feel like going to the distillery and seeing what other special bottles they have. Oh yeah, no, Jude, as a caregiver, I bet you hear all the medical shit. I just bet you do. All right, sorry, I'm putting... Just looking up the Brogan's Way Distillery to see what they're selling. Yeah, they are having Bottomless gin. Oh, they're still selling strawberries and cream gin. Nice. All right, so, okay. Strawberries and cream gin. Then the core range. Cool. Passion fruit, which I have. A mandarin one. Mando Pow. Ooh. What else do they have? Yeah, vodka. I'm not really interested in vodka. But, oof, seriously, maybe another strawberries and cream gin and the mandarin one. Oh, yeah, they were all their barrel-aged ones which sold out. I actually had several of their barrel-aged gins. I think I still have some. I drank others of it. And yes, Justin, absolutely spot on. As much as teachers would have stories about fucked up classrooms and fucked up students, students absolutely have stories about fucked up teachers. Excellent call. Excellent call. Great point. Oofed. All right. Sorry, guys. A bit after midnight. Gotta finish my gin here. Oh, again. I don't know. I haven't heard from Safa for a while, which makes me think he's gone off to bed or something, which is fine. He always wants to know how Tim Smithed I am. Even with this, I think I'm only half Tim Smithed. I can feel it, but I'm not, losing consciousness or falling asleep or shit. Oh, Justin, you told me that one. You had a teacher that said the bucket was full and you wouldn't learn it. No, that, again, and I'm sure you understand that. That's a bad teacher. That's not about you. Oh, Safi, you're here. Just being quiet, buddy. That's okay. Just making Tim Smith jokes. I guess I'm half Tim Smith now. I can feel. Like, I've had a couple of drinks tonight. I can definitely feel it. And there's no fucking way I would drive a car now. Again, because I'm not Tim Smith. So I'm not a sociopathic piece of shit who thinks I'm entitled to drive when I've been drinking. Again, yeah, maybe slightly unfair in that I'm at home and I don't want to leave home. But yeah, Tim Smith's whole thing is he's a fucking sociopath. Jude, yeah. Oh gosh, neighbor died of cancer. Oh, well, that's good. Your experience as a carer was able to help other people, and that's good. And I hope that felt good, being able to help people who were maybe out of their depth. All right, now I am I'm being asked to find another picture of Mimsy. So, do I have a full body picture of Mimsy? Okay, I'm going to struggle. Let me see. Where are we? God, there are so many fucking photos on my phone. I swear to God. Struggling. Going through pictures. So many pictures. I shouldn't do this on my phone. I shouldn't do it on my phone. I should do it on fucking Discord. Oh, no, wait. I just fucking realized what I should do. All right. See, some people say I don't have my shit together, but I'm trying. All right. See if I can find an old picture of Mimsy when she was a chonk. I'm looking at very old photos now. God, I think these photos are like from 10 years ago. So hard to be sure. Keep looking through them. Is there another Mimsy photo here? Good, I think I'm at least 5 years into my, but possibly longer. Keeping on looking. It's a photo of me with my friend who's a dominatrix in London. She's fucking awesome. She makes her living tying up poms and whipping them and fucking them up the ass with a strap on. Hilarious in my book. Hey, Liam, how you doing, buddy? I'm just looking for a picture of my cat. So Megaleech's young Ms. can do some killer art because she's a killer artist. And I'm looking at very fucking old photos trying to find an old full body pic of Mimsy. I'm at least 3 or 4 years in the past now. Ugh. This is tough. What can I find? Because if I go back 4 or 5 years before Mimsy got really sick, she's a real chonk. She was a fatty cat. When she laid down, her tummy would expose some pink flesh. Oh wait, what the fuck? I think I'm going the wrong way. I think I'm coming back to... Oh God, I'm coming back to more modern pictures. I don't want that. All right, I need older pictures. I need to find an old picture of Mimsy. And I don't know if there's one on here. Now I'm looking at... Oh God, now I'm looking at very old photos. God, I feel like I'm looking at like 10-year-old photos now. Okay. Jesus. These are definitely old photos. I may have scrolled back too far. I may have... Yep, I think I skated over some pictures. All right. This is ridiculous. Now I'm just trying to find a picture of Mimsy for some artwork. So, scrolling through some super old photos. I don't know if I'm going to find some shit. There's some stuff from when I was in England. Oof. And maybe the photos aren't on my phone. Maybe they're on my PC. There, I've got some old pictures of Mimsy on there. I don't know. VidCon photos. They're from a few years ago. Come on. Where's the photo of Mimsy? Where's a full body photo of Mimsy? I'm not seeing it at the moment. Whole bunch of weird photos, but not a full body. Oh shit! Fuck is this? Okay, yeah, no, Megaleech just posted one. Thank you. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, no, Safa, I am definitely to Tim Smith to operate my phone. Megaleech actually posted on the fucking Discord a full body picture of Mimsy. Bro, you got me. Liam, what have I been up to? Just hanging out, man. Breaking the news to everyone tonight that my cat Mimsy had her final visit to the vet earlier this week. I didn't know how to break it to the stream, but Jude just straight up asked me earlier. So I said, okay, that's pretty good. You just straight up asked, where is she? And so I just told everyone she had her final visit to the vet this week. She had a good run. First time I have ever taken a pet to the vet to be given the green dream to be put down. It was a bit fucking weird, quite honestly. The whole experience was a bit, oof, okay, Jesus, okay. It's the whole thing was a whole fucking thing. So, Jude, you're not the angel of death. You just, you were actually extremely helpful. You gave me the inroad to tell everyone, because this had been going on for a couple of days, and I didn't know how I was going to tell people, and you actually gave me the opportunity to tell everyone. So I actually appreciate that. Thank you. So yeah, you know, it's just a thing. Like, we had actually booked Mimsy into the vet for a final visit more than a month ago, and then we decided not to do it. And we had some medication for her, and we were trying to look after her, but it just didn't work. So yeah, Jude, you were aware she hadn't been on streams for a while. Yeah, no, and you were on the money. You were on the money 100%. And I really appreciate you basically gave me the opening. Oh, there you go. Sorry, Jussie shared a picky of doggy that passed away in 2014. Thank you, Taz Chick, by the way, for the commiserations. Yeah, you know, it's the whole thing. And again, it was very weird for us. So the whole thing, the visit to the vet, and actually, you know, burying Mimsy in the garden was very emotional for us. And then it was like we kind of got over it. And then we got the thing from the vet, a sympathy card that also included the vial of Mimsy's fur and her paw print on it. And that was emotional all over again. So I actually, Jude, I genuinely appreciate the fact that you brought it up so I could just tell everyone this whole thing. So yeah, it's a goddamn thing, basically. And yes, on the other loss front, you know, is AZ. If anyone is on Facebook, along with some other people, I did set up a Facebook page that was like, you know, a memorial site for AZ, which again, one of the friends of AZ calls it AZ's living room, which I like. It is the living memories of AZ, because there are like, there's a Venn diagram of AZ with 3 circles. The uni thing with Mitchell, theatre media, which is where I met him. The comedy thing, which he did in the 90s and into the early noughties, and the YouTube thing. I wasn't really part of the comedy thing, but I'm aware of it. I was part of the uni thing, and I'm obviously part of the YouTube thing. So there's like this Venn diagram of crossover where AIDS is right in the middle. And it is very interesting to see the people from the different circles share memories. Because if you're in a different circle, you like possibly don't even know these people in this other circle. So getting their memories of AIDS is really different to your memories of AIDS. So it's a very interesting process. But if you're on the Facebook, if we're friends and you know what, hit me up and I'll give you the link to the thing where people are sharing stuff about AIDS. Oh, Megley should join impending. Well, I can fix that now because I would have gotten. Yes, I got the notification. And there's not that much on it yet. But one of the guys who talked about setting it up, because he'd set one up for another friend, he said it's really good because when you first set it up, everyone's on there and shares stuff. It's good. And then it maybe goes quiet. But over the years, just every now and then, someone remembers something and shares it. And you're like, yeah. And there's some positive in there. So it's good. Just throwing it out there. Yes, AIDSy, there were uni people at AIDSy's memorial. So you were there. You were part of the YouTube crowd. There were uni people there, and there were comedy people there. So I thought I knew all the comedy people, but one guy gave a little speech. I had no fucking idea who he was. I'd never met him. I'd never heard of him. I didn't know who he was. So, but that's the thing with the uni people, although that's where I met AIDSy. He was there for years after me. So he interacted with people and had an impact on people. And I have no fucking idea who they are. I never met them. I don't know who they are. So it is very interesting. You kind of, if you interacted with AIDSy, you think you know him because he would be very open with you and do this stuff. But then there's people who know him for different reasons, and their way of knowing him is very different to yours. So, yeah, I like that Facebook group. I don't know. I might post something there once every week or two, whether it's a photo or you again, because Jesus Christ, I've got more than a decade of YouTube videos. So fucking many of them. I don't want to post them all, but I will probably post some. And yes, Jude, he was a multifaceted guy. Like I said, there was definitely crossover between those different circles. But yeah, no, it's kind of good to describe that whole thing. It's very much a Venn diagram. The uni, the comedy, and the YouTube circles. There's crossover, but there are definitely people who had no contact with the other circles as well. Yeah, Safa, the coming back into contact after uni was super weird to me. It was at and I've told this story a couple of times, but it was at the Melbourne Comedy Festival. Mrs. Angry and I were going out and seeing some shows, and we didn't so much randomly pick shows. We go to town hall, and there'd be all these. Sorry, What's going on? Ugh. There would be people handing out flyers for their shows. And essentially, we decided anyone who convinced us with their flyering, we'd go and see their shows. And Sammy J convinced us. That was Sammy J's first year at the Melbourne International Comedy Festival. He's been famous. He's been on the fucking ABC for a decade or whatever. He's very funny. But that was his first time at the Melbourne International Comedy Festival. And he convinced us with flyering, and we went to see his show. And it was in like a back street, and there were kind of like 3 rooms in similar places in this back street. And we were in line for our show, and AZ was directing a show that was in another room, and he was just kind of G'ing up people in the line for the show that he was directing. And he saw me in the line for another show, and he recognized me and went, "Oh, I know you. Like, we went to Mitchell." Oh, and we were talking and shit, and he's like, "We should catch up." And so we did, and I ended up telling him about YouTube and all the stuff, and he's fascinated. So then we ended up working together on YouTube. But I hadn't seen him for a decade. I hadn't seen him for a fucking decade. And somehow he recognized me, because that's AZ. AZ just remembers people. And AZ thinks people are important, and he remembers you and he tells you that you're important. He was very special that way. So, yeah, then we ended up doing YouTube shit together for more than a decade, which suited us both really well. So, yeah, so I did end up meeting a bunch of people from his comedy sphere, and I knew some, but only a minority of people from his uni sphere. So, yeah. Like I said, that Venn diagram of AZ, comedy, uni, and YouTube, I knew some of the people from uni, I knew some of the people from comedy, and YouTube was obviously my main bit. Yeah, Saha, I don't know. I don't think it was so much me leaving an impression on him, but more like AZ, just remembering people. We did do a show together, and we did tell the story multiple times of where he accidentally kicked me in the balls one night, which I was not happy about. He was meant to kick me in the ass, and when there's a whole stage thing where his foot was meant to be flat against my ass and just sort of slap my ass, and then I would. It was clowning, commedia dell'arte. It was everything. It was very physical and whatnot. But one night he got the angle wrong, and instead of his foot going flat against my ass, it was basically 90 degrees to where it should have been, and it went up between my legs and hit me in the fucking balls. The way it was meant to play, he was doing the kick in the ass. Both of our characters were stupid. And we were trying to wake each other. And his kick in the ass was meant to wake me up. And then I was going to like tap him on the shoulder and go, "Yes, I get what you're saying now. I understand now." And there's one night where he got the kick wrong, and it went up between my legs and hit me in the balls. He told me afterwards, just kind of as his foot was going up, he was going, "This is wrong." And he's going, "Oh my God, did I hit him in the balls?" And instead of tapping him on the shoulder, I fucking punched him really hard. And when I punched him, he went, "Yep, okay, I hit him in the balls. That's fine." There's the whole thing. Safa, was it a big crowd for the Sammy J show? It was actually a full house. He was very good at whipping people up. And Sammy J, very funny. Justin, that's a great trivia question. Did he hook up with the twink whose phone number he got? I honestly never asked him. He was just super happy that he got a twink's phone number in a cafe. And was like, Daddy still got it. I never asked him if there was actually a hookup after. Boss of the house may or may not answer that for me. Yeah, Jude, it was an ouch for an ouch. But again, the way Aidsy relates it, it's kind of when his foot went at the wrong angle, he kind of knew it was at the wrong angle and he couldn't stop it. And when he kicked me, he thought, oh, I think that was bad. Was that bad? And when I punched him really hard, he's going, yep, that was bad. That was bad. I definitely did the wrong thing. But that only happened once. That only happened one night. Yeah. Oh, yeah, because you were there, Safa. He was pretty happy about it. He was very self-satisfied with getting a phone number in that cafe. I never actually asked directly, did you actually do a hookup after that, or was it just the satisfaction of getting the phone number? He wouldn't have... Okay, now we're getting into kinky sex territory. He wouldn't have hooked up without Boss of the House. Boss of the House may or may not tell me whether or not something happened. Who knows? I don't know. I don't know. Yum. That was nice. What is it? Okay. And you know what? 12:30. It's not super late for a Friday night, party night. I kind of think I might retire though, because I don't want to be too fucking wasted. Look at me still being, I don't know, I feel like I'm pretty intelligible at the moment. I've definitely had alcohol this evening, but I feel like I could fucking roll up. See, Justin, it may have been a threesome. I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to go to bed. What I'm saying, this is a whole lead up. I'm going to go to bed. I'm going to eat my cherry. Oh, God, Jude, you just want to wind things down and get some sleep. God damn. Maraschino cherries. Fuck yeah. Luxardo, you rock. Fucking yum. I love those Luxardo cherries. All right. I am going to go to Sleepy Bobo's. Saturday night is date night. I'm not doing a stream. Probably do one on Sunday. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, I'm going to go Sleepy Bobo's now. Whew. That's a whole thing. Okay, so you find people, look after yourselves. I am going to go to bed. Who the fuck knows how long I will sleep tonight? But I will hopefully see you fine people another time.